Ladies and gentlemen, it's 4 o'clock on January 27th. This is the Carson City Planning Commission regular meeting. Please call the roll.
Chair Borders,
Present?
Member Eswine,
Present.
Member Lloyd,
Present.
Member Kilgore, Member Perry,
Here.
Member Wiggins,
Here.
Member Preston. A quorum is present.
All right, and before we get started, I would like to welcome our two new members. Fenna Lloyd is here today, and our other new member is Nathan Gilmore, to go along with the five of us that have been here for at least a year now. So we're glad you're with us, and we're looking forward to your contribution. At this time, would we rise and we'll have the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The public is invited at this time to comment on and discuss any topics that are relevant to or within the authority of the Planning Commission, including any matter that is not specifically included on the agenda as an action item. Because of COVID, we will take public comment on items that are on the agenda at this time also. And if you're a member of the audience and it's your turn to speak, I would please ask you to identify yourself by first and last name. And before you start to commence, we anticipate that there may be more than several people online. So we ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. And also, if you're on for item E9, which is the asphalt plant discussion, that item has been continued until next month. We will not be discussing it at all. All right. So, having said all that, public comment at this time.
Callers, it is your turn for public comment. When you hear the beep, please state your name for the record.
I'm guessing I got the beeps. My name is Michael Tanchek. I live at 740 Clearview Drive, the northwest corner of Clearview and Center, and I'm commenting on the border crossing project. For a number of reasons, this commission should reject the tentative subdivision map submitted by State Street Development for border crossing. For starters, I have the most single-family 1-acre frontage adjacent to the proposal. It has a proposed new street that is aimed at my backyard, and there's a proposed leach field next to my domestic well that acquaintances who work at NDEP have indicated I have reason to be very concerned about. Several residents, including myself, filed comments providing testimony opposing the J.J. Summers application to rezone what has since become the State Street tentative subdivision here at Border Crossing. At that hearing, I believe it was the chair who stated that staff gave assurance that once we had a design, that our concerns would be taken care of at that time when we get the set of plans. Based on that representation alone, the subdivision map should be rejected, or in the alternative should be continued, and staff directed to work with both the developers and the residents in order to reach a reasonable accommodation that takes care of our concerns. I first got involved in this issue 11 months ago when Mr. Landis, Mr. Turner, Mr. McFadden, using their State Street Development in RPJ NV LLC business enterprises, filed for a special use permit to conduct 34 townhomes on a little over 2 acres of what was retail commercial at the corner of Silver Sage and Clearview. It was directly adjacent to the parcel we're discussing now. At that time, I raised the issue of what was going to happen across the street. And here we are. The Planning Commission recommended approval of that project. It was brought to the Board of Supervisors, and it was approved. The special use permit was approved. 19 days later, J.J. Summers LLC comes in with a completed application to change the zoning across the street from Silverview. I would say after a while, a series of coincidences starts to look like a pattern of behavior. If State Street had come to the Planning Commission with a plan to put 62 single-family residences on 8 acres, most of which was zoned single-family, 1 acre in an area master planned for medium-density residential, I don't think it would have even made it to the hearing stage. Given the limited involvement of J.J. Summers in this venture and the presence of State Street or its proxies at each critical juncture, a reasonable person could conclude that the entire process has been a subterfuge to gain the approval of an otherwise unsustainable plan. On June 18th, the rezoning application was heard by the Board of Supervisors. From the written minutes of the meeting, Supervisor Bonkowski expressed concern that there are horse properties to the east and south of the subject property, wish to see a transition zone compatible to the master plan designation, i.e. single-family 12,000. Supervisor Jomi was in agreement with the suggestion made by Supervisor Bonkowski. Mayor Crowell was in favor of creating a better transition zone as well. Supervisors recognized there was a legitimate dispute over whether the rezoning was appropriate. Supervisor Bonkowski moved to continue the item and direct staff to work with the applicant, J.J. Summers, to address the concerns brought up on the record today and bring the item back to a future meeting. Seconded by Supervisor, now Mayor Bagwell, and it passed unanimously. We heard nothing until October 6th, when I observed newly painted utility markings and last stakes marking grading limits inside the boundary. I brought the matter to the attention of staff. This got everybody's attention there for a while. I just learned that on November 3rd, staff completed its review of a conceptual subdivision map for this property. On December 21st, again, as a result of our own investigation and not with the cooperation of staff, we discovered that J.J. Summers had sold the property to RPJ Nevada, which is the Landis McFadden Turner Group, on October 29th. Well, we finally got public notice of State Street's tentative subdivision map. I got mine on Saturday, January 16th, which was not that long ago. City offices were closed on Sunday and Monday for Martin Luther King Day. And in order to be included in the staff report, comments had to be received by the close of business on Tuesday, and basically effectively giving people 8 hours to read and understand a 120-page application and write and file any comments if they wanted them included. Fortunately, we got involved a little earlier, but most of our neighbors were confused by that. On page 1 of the staff report, it says quite clearly, the Board of Supervisors considered the zoning map amendment on June 18, 2020. However, the board declined to take action and continued the matter to allow the applicant to either bring forward an alternative zoning or lot layout that would address the concerns of the neighborhood. On item 20 and the other conditions of approval in the staff report says the same thing. Subdivision map is only approved if the applicant obtains approval of the zoning map amendment from single family 1 acre to single family 6,000. As a result of the sale, the applicant is no longer involved. They're gone. So they will not be bringing forward either an alternative zoning or a lot layout to meet the requirements put on by the supervisor. Even if we were to consider State Street development as the applicant for the zoning change, they still haven't brought forward either an alternative zoning or a layout that would meet the concerns of the neighborhood. So on that basis, it should also be denied. Turning to the staff report itself, page 2, item 7, any existing overhead facility shall be relocated prior to submittal of a final map. This isn't clear. I'm not sure whether this includes the distribution lines that serve my property and the toll property next door, as well as NV Energy's transmission line, which has an easement across my property, and I assume several other ones here. Page 3, item 18, screening and buffering the adjoining development. I've talked to all the adjoining property owners on Summerfield in South Point. They are unanimous in their opposition to the project, especially based on the number of houses and the fact that they're 2-story. Debbie McMurtry, Armando Ramirez, and Don and Mark Ford all took time to submit comments in opposition. Page 4, item 20, I think that was addressed earlier. Page 4, item 23, minimum lot size of 5,009 square feet. That should be rejected. an example, a minimum of 12,000 master property lines of adjoining properties at South Point would satisfy both the master plan and allow for single-story homes with the same square footage, which could alleviate some of the concerns of the neighbors as directed by the supervisors. Page 5, item 30, references a check valve on the center drive water main. I understand the need to loop a water line. You can't have a dead end in a water line. However, this proposed Bayonne Avenue is not necessary to establish a loop. A simple walkway between the end of a cul-de-sac in the center of the property and center drive could be used to establish the loop. Page 5, item 31, concrete meandering walkway on center drive. Retaining single-family 1 acre on the center would eliminate the need for the walkway or the vegetation screen.
Mr. Kemchek,
Although,
Mr.
Yep.
Kemchek, can you go ahead and, it's been
I'm here.
over 7 minutes, and we ask everybody to kind of keep it down. Can you go ahead and sum up, please, for us?
I'll basically sum up. And part of the reason is there's it's a 120-page application, so it takes a little longer than 3 minutes to go through it. I personally talked to nearly 50 people that I've talked to about this plan. One of the exhibits that you should have is the map that shows places in yellow. Those are all the people that I've talked to that are opposed to this project. They completely surround the thing, with the exception of the property that's owned by the developers. I've also talked to people that are beyond that yellow zone. And they're just concerned about what's happening down here altogether. We're losing our way of life and our quality of life, and we're objecting to it. Folks in South Point are offended by this thing. It just needs to either be rejected or go back to the drawing board. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much,
And
sir.
I'll let somebody else talk.
All right, and your questions, I will tell all the people that are calling in, any questions or clarifications that you've asked for, we will take up when we take up the item. We're not going to respond right now.
So
So thank you very much. Is there another caller?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have a few callers now on the line. Caller, it is your turn for public comment. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Krista, Krista, Leach, Leach. I'm with the Valley View Trust, and I'm also commenting on item E6, the Border Crossing subdivision tentative map.
Okay, and can you keep your comments to about 3 minutes, please?
I will try. I have 1 page to read.
Okay,
Our home is on 1 acre at 4031 Center Drive, and we also own the vacant 1 acre parcel to the south at 4051 Center Drive, which we like to call our very own nature preserve. In addition, we own a home on 1 acre at 4149 Bigelow Drive, which is 2 blocks away. You have received our comments regarding this tentative map application in the Planning Division staff report. And based on our comments and that of a large number of other residents in the neighborhood, 35 plus and counting at this point, this application should be unequivocally denied, as it is putting the cart before the horse. At a very minimum, we ask that you continue the matter until the issues in the underlying zoning map amendment are resolved. As you know, that application was continued by the Board of Supervisors and remanded back to staff to work with the applicant to find a solution that better suits the neighborhood by creating larger lots around the perimeter as a buffer between the new houses and existing ones. This tentative map clearly does not take the wishes of the Board of Supervisors into consideration whatsoever. Rather, it blatantly disregards them. Also, several neighbors did input at the developer's open house, and that was ignored as well. There is precedence from the master plan in the Schultz Ranch specific plan area to require lot sizes that shall be provided to allow for a gradual transition in density between existing 1 acre lots and the more urban development. Therefore, our request to the Planning Commission is that you initiate a master plan amendment and a zoning amendment to allow for split zoning of the entire block as follows. The zoning on the west side of Center should be conformed to SF1A as on the east side of the street and be designated low-density residential. The zoning on the north side of Clearview Drive should also be conformed to SF1A and low-density residential. It is currently SF1A on the south side of Clearview, and that should also be rezoned low-density residential in congruence with the properties to the south and the east. The remainder of the block can stay medium-density residential with SF6 zoning. Under no circumstances should a through street be allowed from Silver Sage Drive to Center Drive. This would greatly impact the rural nature of Center Drive and be extremely dangerous for the equestrians who ride in our neighborhood, as they no longer have anywhere else safe to go due to the freeway and Carson Street and the Snyder overpass. We have no sidewalks and want to keep it that way. As an aside, no driveway access should be allowed on Clearview Drive due to the ever-increasing traffic problems. The 34 Silverview townhomes are already horribly wrong for this area, yet we are unfortunately stuck with them. Now the same owners, developers want to put another 28 homes directly across the street. These developments are the proverbial noses under the tent and further insinuate these and other developers into our rural area by setting precedents for additional pockets of high-density housing. We do not need any more Mills Landing-style travesties encroaching on the rural lifestyle we all chose when we moved here. We deserve to have that protected, as we are also taxpayers. There comes a point when enough is enough, and we have been completely beyond that point here in South Carson City for quite some time. We view this as just another end around by these developers because they have been so successful all over town. The only thing they have demonstrated is an interest in maximizing their bottom line rather than being good neighbors and doing what is best for the neighborhood. You have the power to change this. Thank you for your consideration of our concerns regarding this, which is of the utmost importance to us and our neighbors. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. You must have single-spaced that.
Caller, it is your turn for public comment. Please state your name for the record.
This is Darlene Warnock. I live in South Point subdivision, and I think Michael and Krista have said everything that I could possibly say. So all I can add is that I also am concerned about this and am not in favor of the border crossing as it's depicted. Thank you.
Could you restate your name, please? It didn't come across very clearly.
Darlene Warnock.
Thank you, Darlene.
Caller, it is your turn for public comment. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name clearly for us.
My name is Richard Schwartz, and I'm on 1413 Clearview, and I'd like to comment on the Hillview project. I've sent some pictures and some sheets, and I don't know if the commissioners have those, but
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We did receive those.
yes. So basically, I'm trying to repeat these last people were very fortunate that they're only getting residential encroachment into their rural community, whereas I'm in opposition to a very large-scale steel industrial building going in, and we've already had one such building go in, and I've showed you pictures of what it looks like. However, the proposed building, which is 2 doors down Hillview, is more than double the size of that. And there seems to be some discrepancy between the original application and the and what the applicant has in mind, in that he stated that it was supposed to be to provide shelter for a 38-foot motorhome in his original application. But this building is 50 foot by 80 foot and large enough to store 6 or 7 such vehicles. Obviously, he proposes something far beyond mere vehicle storage. So this is a very large industrial building, and it does not belong in a 1 acre single family residential community. Nor does the previous building, pictures of which you see. But that's water under the bridge. So I think it's time to cut this nonsense off and try to preserve, as others have said before me, the quality of our life in this neighborhood. And I'd urge you to reject the application. And if you want to work with the applicant to develop a more modest project, that would probably be the best thing you can do. That's it. Richard has spoken.
All right, Mr. Swartz, thank you very much.
Caller, it is your turn for public comment. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Karen Crandall. I live in southeast Carson City. I'm calling in tonight to join my neighbors and in opposition to the tentative subdivision map for the 28 houses in the border crossing. Everyone that has spoken before me has pretty much said what I believe also. So I also have an issue. I'm calling in regarding the special use permit on the agenda in which Richard just spoke. I also sent in timely comments regarding the construction of the 50 by 80 foot accessory building that takes up 254% of the size of the primary building, when 75% is generally considered allowable. In my comments to you, I did quote the incorrect Carson City Municipal Code as 18.04.055. It's the correct code is 18.0555. I just have made a typo, but I'm in opposition of that large building, and my opposition comments have been forwarded to you. Thank you for considering these additional comments.
Ms. Crandall, thank you, and you won't be have your typo deducted from your total score.
Okay. I just wanted you to know that I was, I hope, correct in my quote to you.
Not a problem.
Not a problem. Okay, thank you.
Caller, it is your turn for public comment. Please state your name for the record. Caller, it is your turn for public comment. Please state your name for the record.
Next.
That is all for public comment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. All right. Item C for possible action, approval of the minutes of December 15th, 2020. Is there any additions or corrections to the minutes? I have a motion to accept them.
So moved.
Mr. Perry moved to approve the minutes. Is there a second? Commissioner Eswine seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. One abstention from
Yes.
Commissioner
Ina
Lloyd.
abstains.
For the benefit of the record, please recognize that Terry Green Preston, Commissioner Preston, has joined the meeting and did vote on the minutes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Commissioner Preston. We're just learning how to use our new toys, and we didn't notice you were here.
No worries.
Okay. Items on the agenda may be taken out of order. The public body may combine two or more agenda items for consideration, and the public body may remove an item from the agenda or delay discussion relating to an item on the agenda at any time. And understand we are removing or
On item E9, the staff has recommended a continuation to the February 24th meeting, so that would not be removal from the agenda. We'd want to continue to date certain on that, but there would be no discussion by the commission.
okay, but you need a motion at that time to,
Yes, we would ask for a motion to continue to the date certain of February 24th.
okay. All right, then item E1, ZA 20200010 for discussion only regarding Carson City Development Standards Division 12-13 Traffic and Impact Study Requirements. Hope
Thank you.
Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our Public Works Department has been looking for ways to address the existing traffic issues and to identify alternative processes to better address traffic-related impacts resulting from development projects, something this commission certainly is familiar with when you're reviewing your projects and you're looking at traffic impacts. This is a discussion-only item. The staff of our Public Works Department is looking to engage the commission in a conversation about this. If there is a proposed amendment to the development standards, that item would be placed on the Planning Commission's agenda at a later date. The Planning Commission would conduct a public hearing and make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chris Martinovich, who has a PowerPoint, and that PowerPoint was in your packet. And Chris is the city's transportation engineer, and Lucia Maloney, the city's transportation manager. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Hope. This is Chris Martinovich, transportation traffic engineer for Carson City Public Works. Desi, can I share my presentation? Can I be made to present? All right, there we go. Thank you. So hopefully everybody can see this. Essentially, what I want
we have a new toy. It's right in front of us now. Go ahead.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. I wanted to talk about traffic impact study considerations and how we're potentially doing some changes. And so I'm going to be speaking for a little while. It's a little bit longer presentation than what was in your packet. I'm providing some additional background here that's shown on the screen.
Can you get a little closer to the mic or turn it up?
I can certainly try to do that, yes.
Much better.
So essentially, as presented here on the screen, we're looking to have an overview of existing issues and options to implement new or alternative traffic impact study processes to better account for transportation-related impacts resulting from development projects. And so kind of the fundamental thought here as I step through these items through the presentation is we want to really have a balance of encouraging development in Carson City versus having development contribute to the transportation network because of their impact or their effect to that transportation network. And so I think we can generally agree that all projects have some sort of impact, but what is that acceptable level of impact? And so what this process is about ensuring that we as staff have the tools needed to assess and mitigate impacts related from projects on transportation infrastructure. So I'll step through a little bit here what a traffic impact study is, just to kind of get everybody familiar with it. In essence, a traffic impact study is a document that is a written report that is used to analyze the impacts resulting from development to the existing transportation system. These documents are prepared by professional engineers, typically hired by developers, and are submitted to the city for review and comment. These studies collect existing data, generate traffic, distribute that traffic across our network. They analyze potential impacts to the street, road segments, the street intersections, following industry standard guidance and software. And in Carson City, our traffic impact studies really, per our code, really focus on capacity in our roadway network, specifically looking at the delay and at intersections and the speed at which cars travel along an individual roadway segment. And that's measured in what's called level of service. And I think all of you are generally familiar with the term level of service. It's a way to kind of to classify delay of a road, where level of service A is the best, B, C, D, E, and F F being the worst level of service, which means the road's congested and there's a high delay at a particular intersection. So why are we reviewing the traffic impact study process? Well, our current code really results in some inconsistencies in the methodology and the results we receive. There are a lot of inconsistencies between different developments with different consultants working on different projects that show different results across our network. There's some inconsistencies with how the data is collected, how the analysis is conducted, how future years are modeled, and how the results are interpreted. It doesn't mean that anyone's doing anything wrong. It just means that there are limitations with our code. And really, it limits our toolbox to what staff can ask for and what staff can require as far as mitigation of the impacts. It's kind of a known inconsistency. The second bullet there is inconsistencies with proposed development improvements to existing roads. And this isn't directly related to traffic impact studies, but there are some inconsistencies what we as staff ask for from development projects. And it really varies widely based on location, street condition, and code limitations. And so our code, for instance, does require or does have a provision to request, we could request a review of the existing pavement structural section through non-destructive means, but we typically don't do that because there's no real mitigation to provide through our code. The next bullet there is the cost of impact studies. So these do have a cost, and oftentimes traffic impact studies don't have a lot of result. The analysis that's presented by consultants follows our code and it's done correctly, but they all show that for the most part that there's no impact to the transportation network because of the limitations in our code. So they do a study, they pay for a study, and we don't get a lot of use out of that particular study. Related to the fourth bullet, limited opportunity to address other types of impact, our code really limits what we can do with traffic impact study. And so we're not really reviewing other modes of transportation other than traffic. And so our current code does require an analysis of bike, ped, and like transit operations, but there's no mitigation for those types of impacts. So, overall, we're focusing on mitigating traffic only. And that kind of relates to the next point of capacity focus, where we have traffic impact studies focused on vehicular capacity primarily. And again, that's a limitation of our code where we're not looking at some of those other modes of transportation. So in order when we do traffic impact studies, we look at these, we're not generally having a capacity issue in Carson City. And I'll show this on the next slide here. So this is a map from our travel demand output projected to the year 2050. And what the travel demand model is it's a software tool that takes in land use, known development, anticipated development, and projects a growth rate across the city to analyze and project where traffic's going to go across our network. And so these are our major roads in Carson City, green being level of service A, B, C, red being level of service F. And so from a roadway segment perspective, capacity in 2050 of our roadway network is showing to be relatively adequate, meaning we don't have capacity problems. So when our code's requiring traffic impact studies to kind of look at capacity level of service, we expect not to get a lot of results from that. So the last item there is the kind of I need to address gaps and inefficiencies in the transportation system. And specifically, this one has to do with what traffic studies, what individual developments are asking for, and what we can try to accommodate as part of our request for those development projects. So we're working to avoid situations with this bullet where we have the last development in having to make all the improvements to a particular intersection or a particular roadway based on the cumulative effect of all previous developments in that area. So we're looking for ways to try to address that. We're also looking for ways to mitigate gaps. And there's a good picture here on this slide that shows some of the gaps that result from some of our own requests and some of our code requirements to transportation projects. And so the picture here, the horizontal picture there on the left side is Edmonds Drive, where our development has come in and they've put in ADA compliance. But then right after that, the sidewalk curb and gutter just leads into the ditch. Whereas this other picture here, a vertical picture, we've asked for half street improvements, we've gotten curb gutter sidewalk, but at the end of that development, it's back to dirt. And when we did ask for curb gutter and sidewalk in this particular instance, that sidewalk resulted in the pole, right? That pole ended up resulting in the middle of the sidewalk, which creates other ADA issues. So we're looking for ways to try to better address some of these issues going forward. So moving on to the next couple of slides, what is kind of the high overview of our code? And so we're looking specifically here with this slide at Title 18 Appendix Division 12. which says a traffic impact study is required for development if the project generates 80 or more peak hour trips, 500 or more daily trips, or is determined by the city engineer, which has been the transportation division as communicated at the major project review level. Those types of projects tend to be special projects that generate maybe high truck traffic or near a school or other things like that are kind of special cases. So it gives us the flexibility to ask for those traffic impact studies. The majority of the developments we get here in Carson City don't meet those thresholds. And so what staff typically do is we ask for a trip generation memo, basically just to document from the development that they don't meet those thresholds, that their project doesn't generate these number of trips, and we put that in the file for our records. Should the project meet these thresholds, or should we actually ask for a traffic impact study, then the developer's consultant, like I mentioned, the professional engineer, will put together a traffic impact study and send that to the city for review and comment. Our code does require that all operations on roadway segments for all arterials, collectors, and intersections shall operate at a level of service D or better in both the AM and the PM peak hour. It does not detail any specific requirements for any individual intersection legs or individual intersection movements, and it does not provide the need to mitigate impact to other types of transportation, for instance, bike, ped, and transit type modes. The other section of code we're looking at is Title 11.2, which is the Highways and Streets section of the code. And this is the part that allows us to request half-street and other curb gutter sidewalk type improvements, frontage type improvements for the development. And so this is kind of an important component because it's part of what the projects have to construct. And so while it's not directly related to a traffic impact study, this section of the code is used for requesting those improvements, as I mentioned. So these two sections of code coupled together are kind of what we're looking at as far as potential options to review and revise as part of our traffic impact study consideration, looking for a broad approach here. So at this point, I want to pause for a second and see if anyone had any questions on that little history of how we kind of conduct things now while I get a sip of water here. Okay. Not hearing anything. I'll move to the next one. So what are the goals of our process? What are we trying to do here? So essentially there's four major goals. Provide development a clear picture of how they participate in the transportation improvements. This way they can better understand when a transportation impact study is needed, what the requirements are, and what the outcomes will be. Repeatable guidance is our goal here. Number two is ensure consistency in the application and methodology used to assess and measure the impacts. We're looking to expand upon the requirements listed in our code and provide more clarity to a development project and its consultants on the methodologies to be used and when. We want to provide clarity on what improvements may be needed, and we want a fair application across the city for all types of development so that we prevent the last development in having to make all the particular improvements of an area. Third bullet there is to provide a framework to offset transportation-related impacts. And so an impact is more than just a project resulting in a level of service D threshold or worse. Most traffic impact studies indicate is fine as required by code. But there are other types of impact, and for instance, a pedestrian crossing a new driveway or a bicyclist accessing across new roads. Those are new conflict points that have an impact to the transportation network. And we're also looking to kind of mitigate that cumulative effect, as I mentioned previously. And the last bullet there is we want to have flexibility to make improvements that are really needed at a particular location. So we want to take the focus off of capacity, and we want to allow improvements to other modes of transportation, so that when one development shows no impact per our code, multiple developments over time may result in, for instance, a level of service D or worse. So our goal here is to look for incremental ways to have developments mitigate and control pressure on the network, either through helping to fix existing problems or by helping to prevent new ones. So what is the Planning Commission's role in this process? And so you've probably been wondering a little bit about that, and so let me dive into that a little bit. So the top part of that slide is really the general role of the Planning Commission from the high level, but specifically to traffic impact studies, the Planning Commission's role is really focused on these four items here. First one being provides perspective on land use as it relates to transportation. So land use is a critical component. As I mentioned earlier with our travel demand model, land use dictates how future traffic is projected and distributed over our transportation network. So when changes occur to the master plan or changes occur to particular property zoning, that has a direct effect on the need for future transportation infrastructure and what type and when those future mitigations of those impacts, potential impacts, may be. Second bullet there is Planning Commission reviews applicant submitted materials, right? Just like the projects following the presentation tonight, Planning Commission really ensures the materials submitted are compliant with the development code, and the Planning Commission provides input on what staff should be compiling and providing as submittal items to evaluate and assess the development's impact and to what level that impact should be assessed at. The next bullet there is to ensure mitigation to the transportation network through the conditions of approval, right? So developments through the Planning Commission have conditions of approval, and those are meant to ensure that the impacts of a development project are mitigated to the extent allowed by code, you know, in the obvious case of level of service D or better at an intersection or a roadway segment. So what needs to be added to code and what needs to be added to expand our toolbox that staff can have to work with different options to assess traffic impacts on the transportation network. And the last bullet there is the Planning Commission would review potential code amendments to that Title 18 appendix that would potentially result from this analysis process. So this is a picture real quick of kind of the overall group that's involved here. Tonight at the top, we're talking about the Planning Commission. I spoke at the RTC 2 weeks ago and kind of walked through a very similar presentation. We're planning on forming an advisory committee, which will consist of potentially developers and consultants and other transportation stakeholders who would kind of help us identify other issues with the processes and options we've analyzed. And all of that together feeds into the Board of Supervisors, which ultimately has the approval of making formal changes to our code and items such as related to this. So I'm going to pause there again before I go into the options to see if anyone had any questions about any of that information.
I got no hands. Go ahead.
Okay. So what are the 5 options? And these were what were provided in the packet. I'll just walk through these quickly here. So option 1 is what we're calling the modified existing process. And this process is very similar to the existing process in which but the city would take a more active role and provide additional oversight. Maybe we could provide some additional definition of what a traffic impact study should consist of so that there's more consistency when developers move forward in doing those analyses. We could provide some enhancement in our code about what kind of mitigations are required to those different parameters as I mentioned earlier. And some of the pros and cons there are listed on the screen. I won't read through each of those. Option 2, we're calling a qualified consultant list. And so this option is very similar to option 1, except the city would develop a list of qualified consultants who would be determined to be eligible or appropriate to do traffic impact studies for Carson City. So maybe that's 1 or 2 firms. Developers would come in and they pick one of those firms, and then that developer would select that consultant to do their study for them. That could provide some additional consistency, and it could ensure that the city would have comfort that the consultant is very knowledgeable in city processes and city code requirements. Option 3 is what we're calling a completed traffic impact study completed by the city. In this option, the city would kind of 2 sub-options. The city could either hire a consultant ourselves to do traffic impact studies on behalf of developers, or the city staff could do that traffic impact study using city staff and city resources. In essence, the city would do the analysis for the developer. Then we provide a report to the developer or the development with the mitigations that would be required, and that development would be required to construct those mitigations based on the city's recommendation. The city could potentially charge a fee for this, and would probably likely need to charge a fee for this to compensate for the effort that would require us to take. Option 4 is what we're calling fee collection. And so this is basically an implementation of a fee for transportation improvements based on some defined schedule or some defined set of parameters. None of that has been determined, and we don't know what those parameters would be. There are lots of options. I'll note that the specific requirements to implement a fee collection system for transportation-related impacts has some specific requirements in NRS. and those would have to be followed very closely, and we'd have to continue to examine what those requirements are and how they could be applied and what changes need to be made, not only at a code level, but from a process standpoint through the Regional Transportation Commission. This is a relatively common practice to do this. It would pretty much negate the need to complete a traffic impact study. And this is sort of similar to, this concept is sort of similar to what they do in Washoe County. So I have an example here of the Washoe RTC's Regional Road Impact Fee. And that one's a lot more complicated than I'm going to explain here tonight. But essentially the concept is, if we look at that top line, residential single-family dwelling, every single-family dwelling unit would be required to pay $4,934.95 per unit. So you could say a 40-unit development would 40 times $4,934. That would be the fee that they would pay for their impact to the transportation network, as an example. The last option here is what we're calling impact mitigation. And under this concept, essentially the development would have the target of mitigating or offsetting transportation-related impacts by choosing from a menu of options. And so it would allow them to potentially, right, this is one that needs to be worked out as well, potentially mitigate all of their trips that would be generated from their site through development or participation of construction, through participation of other transportation-related improvements. Maybe that's sidewalk, maybe that's half-street improvements, maybe that's a new stop sign, maybe that's slurry sealing our road, maybe that's repaving a section of road. That all could be determined, but essentially we're looking to have the flexibility with this option to implement that. And it would vary depending on the size of the project, the type of the project, all that would have to be worked out, but it really kind of limits, it opens up the ability for us to have more options and kind of limits the inconsistencies, it reduces some of the inconsistencies that we potentially have been seeing because of our limitations in our code. I do have a quick example here of that here. So this is an example that is in use from another agency, and I should mention that all of these that I'm presented on are in use by some agency in the United States, primarily out west. So I've done some coordination and outreach with those just to get a sense of how they work or how they don't work. But in this case, there's this menu of options. This is only showing 10 questions, but I think this particular version has 61 different questions that developments can pick from to mitigate their trips. And if you say, yes or no on the screen, you get a set number of trips mitigated. So number one there, does the project propose a detached sidewalk where an attached sidewalk currently exists? And if you say yes, then you've mitigated some number of trips. I'm not saying that any of these questions are appropriate for Carson City. That would all have to be worked out. But the concept is, if you build sidewalks or you build roadway improvements, you could get an offset to some of those trips that you'd be mitigated. And we're asking for some of that anyway. We're already asking potentially for half-street improvements or curb gutter sidewalk or pathways or whatever it is. And so by doing this, could get some of that credit. So it kind of combines the two sections of code that we discussed, that I mentioned earlier in the process. So real quick, a theoretical project just to kind of compare and contrast the different options, just kind of throwing out a single family unit development. This would generate 448 trips, 42 trips in the PM peak hour. There's some other project parameters here. We're asking for curb gutter sidewalk. The pavement condition's poor. There's a nearby intersection. It's not near a city plan project. So in essence, what would this mean? Well, this type of project would generally not necessitate the need per our code to do a traffic impact study. So for options 1 and 2, using our current code, a traffic impact study is not required. It's only 42 trips, that's less than the 80 is required. The city would request curb gutter and sidewalk like we typically do, and we would probably ask for any internal road to either be private or we'd ask for a slurry seal of those roads. For option 3, the city would probably do a high-level traffic impact study, again following the requirements of our code, whatever they would be, and we'd give the results to the developer to implement or construct. There's a potential for pro rata cost sharing if the results show a need to enhance a city intersection or some other thing nearby that needs correction, so we could enter into agreement under that in theory. Otherwise, the option 3 is very similar to options 1 or 2. Here's where it gets a little different as options 4 and 5. So in option 4, fee impact, probably a traffic impact study is not required. The development would just pay a fee based on those number of units or construct those, or would contribute to a project identified in our regional transportation plan, RTP. That's our regional transportation plan. Instead of paying that fee, they could build a portion of that project. So for RTC Washoe, again, that would be 40 houses times $4,930 per house, and that would be the fee or the amount they would have to contribute to a project. And then lastly, there is option 5. Again, that mitigation of impacts. The traffic impact study may not be required. That's kind of to be determined, but likely not. And so the development could choose from those types menu of options. They could get credit for making those curb, gutter, and sidewalk improvements, those upgrades, making those streets private or slurrying those to mitigate those trips. And depending on how the structure of the process is set up, it could be that kind of that balance between having very limited options from our current code to getting credit for doing actual improvements. And so there's kind of that balance with option 5. So what were the RTC's recommendations? So I went through a very similar process for outlining these when I presented to the Regional Transportation Commission, and this was essentially kind of their takeaway and direction to staff at this point. So they've indicated generally to put a pause on options 1 or 2. We're not going to eliminate them, but we're going to put a pause. They're very similar to the existing condition. We can probably work out the details as needed. Option 3, they directed us to eliminate this for further consideration, and they've asked us to further develop and refine and identify some potential challenges or benefits to options 4 and 5. They're different enough, and there are some specific requirements, particularly with option 4 per NRS, that need to be flushed out a little bit more, and we need some additional analysis. Similar to option 5, there's a lot of potential parameters that could be evaluated, and so we're looking to see get some help and flush those out and what that would be. And that's kind of where the advisory committee would come in, helping us determine where options 4 and 5, some of those benefits and constraints. I'll note that until anything is formally approved or anything is formally adopted, that we're going to continue with following our current code. We're going to continue following our current practices, and there's no anticipated change until we get through this and we identify what direction we kind of want to go. So the last slide here is kind of the workflow process of how we plan to kind of get there. And the schedule can kind of vary a little bit. I'll come back to the previous slide, but we presented to the RTC a couple of weeks ago. We're here at the Planning Commission tonight. Plan is now to convene the advisory committee to get some of that information flushed out, to get a little bit more input on some of the benefits, constraints, and ultimately, if we don't like option 4 or 5, there's nothing wrong with going back to options 1 or 2 and evaluating those. So we're trying to keep our doors open at this point. Ultimately, we want to provide some guidance to the Board of Supervisors who give us some additional direction to tell us which ones to pursue formally and which ones not to pursue. Ideally, we'd have one, and then we work over the summer with the advisory committee, with the RTC, and with you, the Planning Commission, to flesh that out for formal notification or formal presentation to the Board of Supervisors, probably in the fall to winter time frame of 2021. That's our goal. So with that, I'm going to return back to this slide. I'd like to kind of tee up the discussion by saying, is there any particular element or any particular one of these options that strikes you as, that's unique, or hey, I don't know about that? I kind of want to get the discussion from the Planning Commission to see kind of the thoughts, and I'm happy to answer any other questions related to anything else. So with that, I'm finished, and I appreciate everybody listening.
Okay. We all like number 3. I think this Commissioner Borders, I think what we would like to see more than anything else is to take all the data that's generated in a traffic study or these traffic reports that we get and have some way to boil it down to something we can make sense of. We get 4,700 pages of information that says there's X point Y trips per day, and 37 neighbors say that's a lie. And there's no way for us at present to find a way to reconcile those two. Perhaps a straight fee would be a solution. I don't really know, but from my standpoint, how it gets implemented is not nearly as important as the product that we get and how we can use that product to make that evaluation. So, Mr. Perry, you have your hand up.
Commissioner Lloyd.
Oh, I'm
has her
sorry.
hand up first.
Commissioner Lloyd, go ahead.
Thank you. I just had a quick question on option 4. So those funds would then go to the city to complete the improvements under the regional transportation plan, correct?
Yes, I mean, I'm not fully versed in the NRS requirements, but in general, my understanding is that the fees would go toward new regional transportation plan projects. They cannot be used for maintenance. They cannot be used for staff time. They have to be used for new type projects as listed in the regional transportation plan.
Okay, thank you. And then just my opinion, I think option 4 and 5 are interesting, and I would agree with the recommendations made by the RTC.
Okay. Commissioner Perry?
Thank you, Chairman. My thoughts on this are kind of revolve around number 2 here, because one of the frustrations I've always had, and maybe it's not a frustration, but it's the rules, right, is that each developer can propose a plan and use their separate engineering firm to do their TIC. And those TICs, and we have several of them that we're going to look at tonight here, are very, very localized to look at peak traffic, in and out during AM and PM. But there is no cumulative impact on what the larger view is. 2, to me, kind of might bring that together, because I think what we'd be looking at there is choosing several specific companies to do this and keeping up a model that would have the cumulative impacts for all of the areas around. If I'm not mistaken, is that the way you see it also?
That could be. That's not directly kind of what I had envisioned, but that's certainly a good comment, and I kind of like the idea. So I think we could certainly include that as part of that option.
To where if a
Certainly
project,
having a qualified, certainly, sorry to interrupt, but certainly having a qualified consultant would have the much more bigger picture in mind. And I think a lot of our consultants that we get do have that bigger picture in mind. I think in general they do a relatively good job. So I want to note that.
well, they do a good job in the local sense of what they're looking at as a project, but not in the wider sense of, okay, what happens 5 blocks from here and 10 blocks from here? And what are the cumulative impacts overall, and is this going to need a new roundabout or a new stoplight at some point in time? We on 4 and 5, I realize that there's some advantages to that, but I also will say that the more we add to the cost of building another single-family dwelling is just going to drive the cost up for the developer, and that's already hit a point where most of the single-family dwellings in this city are not affordable. So I don't know. I'd have to be convinced on one of those to add another fee from the city to a developer to build. Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Preston, are you ready to wade in? I can't see.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I can't tell how loud or how not. I too am concerned about 4 and 5. One of the reasons is that another fee just always seems a little bit. It is not actually something that supports that particular development. One of the things that I am concerned about is that currently, right now, for special use permits or for any permits, there are certain requirements that we have put forth to any of these builders or developers. And they do include, sidewalk improvements, anything, and sometimes they include traffic mitigation as far as lights and so forth. And I would like, if they're going to be a requirement of a development, it would be considered that cost for cost to offset any kind of fee or impact mitigation that you're talking about, because otherwise they're being double charged. So I have a problem with that. So and that's it.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Wiggins had his hand up.
Sure, Commissioner Wiggins for the record. I totally agree with Terry on this. I do like kind of a blended version of 4 and 5 where they can offset by the improvements they need to make. So they're going to make improvements or they're going to have to in the area of their development currently, like you mentioned, in most permits. We have to realize, though, that the cars don't stay in that neighborhood and they travel all throughout this city. So I do like the ability to put the funds where we're, D's, E's, and F's. And that was my one comment is I'm surprised we're at a D level is acceptable for our town, especially when you showed the picture of all the green in our area. I would say maybe we need to be a B or a C to get to, I guess, improve our streets. That's it.
Okay. Commissioner Eswine, you have,
I guess my concern is not so much with the way we go about identifying what needs to be done. It's actually having some consistency in the actual product that comes out, so that we know, for instance, that a neighborhood street isn't going to be impacted, or if it's going to be impacted, how is that going to be mitigated? So I would, and reading all of this commentary, it looks like it's all concerned with collectors and arterials and expressways, and I think that most people are concerned with the effect of in their neighborhood. And most people live on neighborhood streets. They don't live on any of those. So that may be a totally different project or a totally different consideration when we are looking at the development standards, but that's my concern.
and this Commissioner Borders, I think the KISS principle still works well. We need tools that allow us to make that evaluation. If that's some sort of number two, with a sounding board to bounce it off of that's consistent, so that we don't have to go back and forth and try and figure out whether Bob's idea is right or Steve's idea is right when he writes this study. Makes it easier for us as a board to evaluate the traffic impacts. And I also agree with Commissioner Perry in the fact that it impacts more than the area where the subdivision is. It impacts the whole town, and we need to find a way to do that. So I don't know if we've been helpful to you. We've kind of been a little all over the map, but I think what you're hearing from us is partly we recognize that it needs to be fixed somehow, and we're just not sure how to get there yet.
Yes, that is generally what I've heard. It sounds like that option 2 seems to be somewhat the more or less the preference of the Planning Commission, and so that does help provide
Well,
some guidance.
there's some support here for 4 and 5 if we can make
There
it
is,
work right.
yes.
There's just a question of whether we can make it work, and I'm not sure we believe that.
Yeah, and that's why I think there's some additional analysis that would need to be done on those two, because right now I can't tell you that they're going to work or not work, and so there's some work that needs to be done with those. And if we find that they don't work, then maybe option two is a good solution.
Yeah. Well, and I'm not sure the option 2, the way it sits now, is the right solution from what I've heard from the commission, but it's closer than the others, I think. So.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Anybody have any other comments before we move on? Thank you.
Thanks.
Do we want to do the next item, or you all want to take a break? We've been here an hour. Everybody ready to go? All right. All right. Item E2, LU 2020-0046, discussion and possible action regarding a request for a special use permit to allow for the expansion of Eagle Valley Middle School on property zone Public P located at 4151 East 5th Street, APN 010035027. Heather.
Thank you. Heather Ferris, Associate Planner for the record. The subject property is approximately 39 acres in size and is the site of the Eagle Valley Middle School, which currently accommodates 762 students. The campus was first developed in 1981, with the most recent modifications being approved in 2011. The existing school building is 2 stories and approximately 93,000 square feet in size. The campus also includes sports fields, a track, walking paths, a solar panel array, and paved parking areas. The applicant is now seeking to expand the capacity of the school to accommodate a total of approximately 950 students by increasing the number of classrooms. The addition would total approximately 20,915 square feet over 2 stories, approximately 28 feet in height. This includes 10 new classrooms, 2 STEM labs, learning corridors, computer rooms, offices, workrooms, restrooms, storage space, a courtyard area for outdoor learning, and an area for a future hoop house. In addition to the requested school expansion, the district is seeking to clarify the approval of the existing storage building located near the northeast side of the existing school building, labeled on this slide as Storage C. A previous special use permit approved in 2005 included approval of approximately 1,200 square foot storage building at this location. This much smaller structure is in the same location as previously approved. The applicant also proposes slatted privacy fencing in this area to help with screening. At this time, the district intends for the metal storage containers labeled as storage A and B on the slide, approved under separate SUPs, to remain. In order to mitigate traffic impacts, a new one-way pickup drop-off access loop is proposed on the west side of campus. Traffic would enter from Carson River Road just south of East 5th Street and exit the existing school driveway opposite Regent Court. Additional parking is also proposed along the access loop. With the SUP, the total number of on-site parking spaces is increased to 141 spaces. Per Municipal Code 18.04.170, the use may only be established or modified in the public zoning district subject to first obtaining a special use permit. The Planning Commission is authorized to approve a special use permit upon making all 7 findings of fact in the affirmative. Staff has made all 7 findings and is recommending approval subject to the conditions of approval included in the staff report. I will note we did receive 1 written public comment included in your packet. Mark Rotter and Karen Downs with Manhard Consulting are representing the applicant and participating virtually, I hope. I believe they have comments. Additionally, Superintendent Stokes should be participating via phone, and he can answer questions. I'll be available for questions, but before I turn it back to the commission, Stephen Pote with Development Engineering and Chris Martinovich with Transportation would like to address a few items specifically related to traffic.
Okay, we'll hear them first. Which one is?
This is Stephen Pote,
Oh,
Carson City Development Engineering. I was actually just going to hand it off to Chris.
good,
Since
because
there is
you're
a lot of-
blasting us out, Stephen.
Sorry about that.
All right, thank you, Stephen. I'll take it from here. So I just want to touch on a few of the conditions related to traffic, starting with condition 10. And I understand the applicant's on the line, so they can provide some additional details regarding the drop-off area as identified by this particular condition. But as it relates to traffic impacts, this new one-way driveway located off of Carson River Road will provide immediate benefit to and resolve some long-standing issues associated with the intersection of Carson River Road, Hills Bells Road, and 5th Street, as compared to both the existing condition and to the future condition following the school expansion. The new driveway is anticipated to reduce through traffic on 5th Street and therefore create some gaps that allow the northbound and southbound traffic on Hills Bells Road and Carson River Road to exit out of those streets and onto 5th Street. I'll mention also that additionally the city is moving forward with a separate project on East 5th Street. We have submitted an application to receive a surface transportation block grant, which is federal funding to make operational improvements to the roundabout at Fairview and 5th Street, and as well as construct a new right turn lane at the intersection of 5th Street and Carson River Road so that we can provide additional benefit and easier access to the new school drop-off area. We're also providing, as part of our separate project, some other safety enhancements along 5th Street near the school, and generally include siding and striping upgrades, crosswalk enhancements, ADA upgrades, and other safety and sidewalk items necessitated to facilitate pedestrian access both to and from the school. So this project, our project, could potentially be phased over a couple of summers, probably the summer of 2022 and the summer of 2023. As it relates to the roundabout, as I mentioned earlier, the school is participating in a pro rata contribution as detailed in condition 12 toward a westbound right turn lane as identified, which was identified as a needed transportation improvement to the roundabout to facilitate traffic exiting the neighborhood, the school, and to ensure operations of the intersection of Carson River Road. Sometimes that roundabout can back up to Carson River Road, and that westbound right turn lane provides that mitigation to prevent that. The city's project, as I mentioned, does provide other roundabout capacity improvements, including widening of the roundabout to enhance that area. And that's part of the ultimate scope of that project separately. 5th Street itself also has some also will conduct a review of the school zone signing. So back in April of 2020, the Board of Supervisors approved new school zone limits. And this past summer, new school zone signs were installed by Public Works. So we as Public Works staff plan to review and reevaluate some of those school zone limits and the times to be included as possible installation of flashing beacons along 5th Street, and we'll include that as part of our project, really to define, highlight, and better control the school zone area. And the last thing I just want to mention is I want to thank the school district, the superintendent, and their consultants, Manhart and Headway, for their work on this project. And I'll turn it back to Stephen, but I'm here to answer any questions. So thanks.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Commissioner Lloyd?
Commissioner Lloyd, for the record. I just had a question, and this might be for the applicant versus staff, but in the traffic impact study, it actually doesn't show the one-way loop. And so I was just wondering if the traffic impact study was conducted with the one-way loop in mind or not.
I will let the applicant answer. With the short answer, it was conducted with it in mind, if the applicant wants to add.
We didn't hear you that time.
Go ahead, Mark.
Hi, this is Karen with Manhart Consulting. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, Karen, go ahead.
Great. Okay. Mark Rodders here with Manhart.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, this is Mark Rotter with Manhart Consulting, as well as obviously Karen Downs with me, as well as Lauren Chilson from Headway Transportation. He did the traffic study for the project. I just want to add a little. First of all, I want to thank staff. It's been great working with them to get through this SUP process. And as Chris mentioned, we worked together quite a bit. And actually, it was about a 3-month time period on working on the traffic study. So we'll talk about that a little bit in a minute. Also on the phone, as Heather mentioned, is Richard Stokes, the superintendent of schools. We also have some other individuals from the school district that are also on the phone as needed. I want to add to a little bit of Heather's discussion. I want to let you know that the reason for the Eagle Valley Middle School expansion is that Carson Middle School is kind of busting at the seams with middle school students. And there is a definite need for expansion in the middle school system. As many of you know, the school district does most of their funding comes through a bonding process through property tax for schools. And they have a bond committee that they work through, as well as the school board to manage those funds through the school district staff. I was on the bond committee, 2 different bond committees over the 30 years I've been in town, so I'm very familiar with how they have to balance their funds and what they have and what they don't have. And what would be nice would be to build a big new middle school, but there's no way that the funds from the bond system allows for that. So it was determined, and this has been in planning process for over a year, to expand Eagle Valley Middle School as the most obvious solution to the problem. The idea is, back in 2009, Eagle Valley Middle School had over 900 students in it. At the time, Carson Middle School, we did an expansion that allowed for quite a bit more students, as well as some added technology things at Carson Middle. So some of the students were transferred out of Eagle Valley Middle School and into the Carson Middle School system. Now, because we've had the growth over the last 10 years, we're busting at the seams at Carson Middle School, and we needed this expansion. The goal is that both schools, when this expansion is complete, will be able to handle between 900 and 1,000 kids, roughly having the same capabilities in terms of technologies and so forth, so that middle school kids in town will, whether they go to Carson Middle or to Eagle Valley, will have the same process. So once again, I wanted to talk about that because of the last 6 months, we've spent a lot of time in the planning. I normally would do another slideshow with showing more of the architectural and so forth, but you did get a good picture of the plan. The plan is for that building to be expanded to the southeast corner of the school. Heather, is there a chance you could put up slide number 13 that we had kind of sent? And I'll just kind of focus on that one.
I thought you guys were sharing your screen. That's how Karen and I left
Yeah,
it.
we're not able to.
We weren't able to log in.
So that's okay. I'll do it through Words. So in the process of we spent about 3 months on the traffic, and the reason it took so long is, as many of you know, that whole area of town exits out on 5th Street to Fairview with basically one in and out of that neighborhood. So it creates a lot of traffic issues regardless of whether the school's there or not, but there's no question that the school has impact to that traffic flow. So Lauren analyzed all the intersections all the way from 5th and Fairview. He looked at 5th and Hells Bells, Carson River Road, and all of the access points from the school out to 5th Street. All points that when families are bringing their kids to school or picking them up, there's a drop-off system. Currently, there's a drop-off area at the front of the school that was constructed in 2011 with the expansion where there was a gym expansion to Eagle Valley Middle School. And there was significant funds expended to build that drop-off area. As we started to look at this project, where the current expansion is, we're eliminating some parking back in that existing parking lot at the southeast corner of the site. So we needed to replace those parking spaces as well as add parking spaces to accommodate staff and so forth related to the expansion. So we had looked at a parking lot that was just immediately north of the school. That was what we had originally submitted for the SUP. And then when we got into the traffic analysis, and again, working with the city, we found a lot of conflicts. And the main conflict was, as Chris mentioned, at Carson River Road and 5th Street, where people back up on Carson River Road because of the traffic that's crossing 5th Street going eastbound. There weren't many gaps. So the idea would be to have a right-hand turn lane from 5th Street to turn south on Carson River Road. They would then come and turn left into that area identified as a proposed access road with parking. That will be a one-way kind of counterclockwise movement. So the movement is for that traffic to move eastbound and then north through the parking lot and ultimately exit again back at 5th Street. Now there will be backup within the parking lot area, but it will resolve the traffic and when I say resolve, it brings, we talked about level of service in the last presentation, and basically we're talking about taking level of service F to a level of service D. With this proposed access road that we've identified, we were going to build a parking lot that was going to cost somewhere between $200,000 and $250,000. This access is estimated between $700,000 and $750,000. So the school district is expending another $500,000 to help alleviate the traffic in the area. And it's a pretty significant expenditure. You know, many of you understand that on your property taxes, you have an identification for money that goes to schools. And the school district and the bond committee and the board always has to wrestle with what do those funds go to? And most people, I think, expect that going to classrooms and buildings and computers and those kinds of things. So it's always a hard pill to swallow to spend an additional $500,000 for something like this. But working with city staff over the last 3 months, this became the best solution that we could come up with. So we've agreed to do this. We put it in the project, and we're moving forward. We agree with the staff report and the conditions. We do want to talk about condition 12. Condition 12 is a condition that after we work through this solution, city staff added a payment for the school district to participate in the improvement at the roundabout at 5th Street and Fairview. And that's the one Chris mentioned, the right-hand turn movement. The school district wrestled with that item because, once again, all past projects, and I know the past projects that I recall, in addition to all the past projects that we've done in the city, we've never been asked by the city to construct streets. And it's a hard thing to take school funds and contribute to streets. It's kind of felt like maybe that's a city improvement versus a school improvement. And considering the fact that we're looking at an additional $500,000 investment in the drop lane, we feel like condition 12 might be, we would like consideration from the Planning Commission to remove condition 12. Now, with that said, I don't want condition 12 to be the focus of this presentation. Obviously, this school expansion is really needed. We're looking at starting construction in the summer and be done by the 2022 school year. And so we need to move forward with this project. The dollar amount on the amount requested for the roundabout is not the issue. It's the issue as to whether it's appropriate for school funds to be spent on city streets. So we just asked the Planning Commission for that consideration. If the Planning Commission believes that schools should spend money on city streets, because, and again, we recognize that the school is generating traffic in that area. There's no question about that. But we are asking for approval of the SUP, preferably without condition 12. If the Planning Commission believes that condition 12 is appropriate, then we'll move forward with the project as approved. But again, we wanted to ask that consideration and only bring up the fact that we discuss this all the time in bond committee meetings and quite frankly, school board as to where should these funds go, and they're limited, and that's just a kind of a policy issue that we wanted to discuss. So with that, I'll leave it to Planning Commission. If you have any questions, we're here to answer them. And thank you for your consideration and time.
Okay, thank you. Is Mark from the school district or Superintendent Stokes have any comments they'd like to make?
Mr. Chairman, this is Richard Stokes. For the record, I'm the superintendent of Carson City School District. Members of the commission, thanks for this opportunity to say a few words. Can you hear me okay?
Can hear you fine.
Okay, great. I'd like to thank Mr. Rotter and his staff for their efforts and certainly for their presentation. Also grateful for the efforts of city staff. They've been very helpful and open and accommodating as we've had this opportunity to talk about the Eagle Valley project. I'm not sure I can say it much better than Mr. Rotter has. We have tried, I think, with a great deal of success in recent history with regard to managing the funds that we receive for the building and maintenance of our school buildings. And every one of those dollars is precious to us. We know that we have limited opportunities. And we just, I guess I just want to reiterate that we feel like that those dollars are intended for school-related funding and projects and not necessarily for building city streets. We do feel like there's a separation of duties and responsibilities between our two entities. We, however, in no way want to damage the good working relationship that we have with the city, and we seriously value that partnership. So I guess along with Mr. Rotter, I would simply ask whether or not there was some consideration for that particular item, the conditions in number 12 to be removed. I know we have had some feedback from our board members who have been concerned about setting a precedent for any future projects. If we're being asked to provide funding to build roads to mitigate traffic conditions and problems for this particular project, will that be continued into the future? And then do we need to always take that into consideration when we're planning any future buildings? So this is a concern. It's not a showstopper, obviously, as Mr. Rotters mentioned, but certainly something for consideration and something that we appreciate you listening to us about.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Are there any questions for staff at this time? Or the developer at this time? Yeah. Aha. Mr. Wiggins.
Commissioner Wiggins, for the record. I had a question on the traffic study. And maybe Superintendent Stokes or the applicant or the consultant can answer this. Did it take into account the bus versus vehicle of those additional students, or is this all assumed to be vehicles, teachers? And also, it seemed like there was a lot of parking for these additional students, but this is a middle school where I'm guessing it's more just drop off. If you could elaborate on that, that would be great. Thanks.
Sure, I'd be happy to. This is Lauren Chilson with Headway Transportation, traffic engineer for the project. We did look at overall circulation of pedestrians, vehicular movements in and out from the drop-off loop, the bus activities, and essentially all activity that's going on in that area. So they are all considered, and especially pedestrians crossing near that access loop as well. That was definitely considered. In general, the trip rates and the analysis use a rate for traffic that incorporates bus traffic already and assumes that some students will be on buses. Now, that is of course the case, and we could perhaps debate fine points of that analysis, but I'll tell you, it wouldn't change the overall conclusion that an additional drop-off loop and the recommendations we've suggested are the right things to do. So I believe we have provided a very comprehensive analysis and solid recommendations.
And I'll add to that on the parking question. The reason for the parking is we did lose some spaces that were primarily teacher parking back where the expansion is. So part of what we're doing are replacing those spaces that we lost. And then we're also adding for staff. The addition will result in additional staff for the school. And then while we were at it, this location will also provide some additional parking for event parking and so forth. So that's the reason for the additional parking.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
If I may just speak to the commission, not necessarily about this particular project, but just in general about the 7 required findings of fact for a special use permit. Before I say that, I will comment that the staff sees ourselves as here on behalf of Carson City, and the school's an important partner in making Carson City successful. We've always seen ourselves as partners, and we've always worked very well with the school staff. Some of you may remember when Lampa Ranch came in, and we had to look at the capacity of Robinson. And on Robinson, the school buses were loading and unloading on Robinson. That had been their practice. And we worked with the school district and the developer to arrange for the developer to make improvements on the school district's property so that the developer could realize the full benefit of Robinson without that benefit being compromised with school buses. So we absolutely are always looking to work cooperatively with the school district for the good of the schools. Having said that, you have before you a special use permit, and you have 7 required findings of fact. Finding number 3, you need to look at will this use, the proposed use, which is an additional 950 students based on these expansions, have little or no detrimental effect on the vehicular or pedestrian traffic. Like with other construction projects you look at, when you're looking at the special use permit, you are considering that. In the past on other projects, you have also considered a payment of a pro rata share. Specifically, you'll recall, I believe, the apartments that were in the southwest corner of the city and paying towards Appian. So we are treating this developer, if you will, who's looking to develop land and requesting a special use permit, similar to private sector developers. We need to look at the impacts of the development, not the funding source. Having said that, the condition being discussed is a condition that creates a framework for a development agreement. It doesn't dictate the terms or the timing of the payment of that development agreement. It's a framework. And that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions here. One is with respect to just traffic patterns in this, so directed to the traffic engineer and the school district. So when I was looking at this, I parked in the upper existing lot up there, and I watched cars pull into the lower loop there, where I guess buses go and pick up kids and loop themselves around. And I just was wondering, when the school actually takes into session and when the high counts are here, when kids are being dropped off and picked up, how do you know that the new loop is actually going to be the loop that's used by all the vehicles? Can the loop in the northeast corner also be used, or is that just for buses, I guess, is my first question, because that's where I saw the cars going in and out.
The buses actually utilize the most easterly access to the school. So there you see a turnaround on the east side of the school off of Hidden Meadows Drive. The buses come in and out on that access way, and that's where the buses come in and out. The current drop-off area, you see the loop coming in by the ball diamond.
Right.
That has a one-way drop-off, so there's a drop-off lane and a sidewalk all along that entrance to the school. What we found when we did the traffic study is the upper parking lot, the most westerly parking lot, people were coming in and out of there and dropping off, and about 40% of the traffic of the drop-off was coming in there. So what we're doing is, by adding this drop-off that you see, the proposed access road with parking, we expect that 40% to utilize that, and hopefully more. And so what happens is we're getting a lot of the traffic off of Fifth Street down on Carson River Road and making that loop rather than coming in and out of that existing parking lot. By making this one way, it also helps with that flow. I don't know if that answers your question, but hopefully it gives you a better feel for how things are working.
That does. Thank you. Yes. And my second question is to city staff. So what I heard was that item 12 was not included in the original discussions here, but it was added later. Is this a policy change for the city? Because I'm not aware that in the past there was a requirement for mitigation away from, not, I mean, directly around a school, I could see that, and that's being done here, but an impact that is a distance away for the school district. Is this a major change in the way the city's looking at this?
This is Stephen Pote at Development Engineering. How's my volume? I'm not blowing you guys out, am I?
That's okay.
Okay, good. All right. So no, typically with these developments, we look at surrounding intersections. And if an intersection is having a failing level of service, at that point, we look at mitigation. This wasn't included in the original discussions because the traffic impact study was in the process of being updated. And so once we got that update, that's when we saw that there was mitigation needed there.
So has that ever been required of the school district before?
Not to my knowledge. We've required it with other types of developments.
Is there a credit for the school because of the reduced traffic on Washington Street? Stephen?
No, that's not something that we've discussed. And in the past, we've always looked at, the impacts specific to a project, not necessarily looking at a credit from a decrease in traffic somewhere else.
Okay. All right. Mr. Eswan?
This is a question for Mr. Pote. Did the Fifth Street Improvement Project include the improvements to the roundabout before this project even came forward?
I will kick that off to Chris, but I believe the answer is no, that those improvements are not included in the Fifth Street project, and that is a potential future project.
The Fifth Street project, as well as the roundabout capacity improvements, have been included in the 2050 Regional Transportation Plan as adopted by the Carson Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, or CAMPO. So we've identified a need there, and that project has been included in that document as a long-range transportation improvement that we plan on moving forward with.
Okay.
Okay. So what you're saying is that you had anticipated the improvements to the Fifth Street roundabout before the school project was even proposed.
I'm gonna let Lucia Maloney jump in here and see if she had additional comments on that one.
Sure. Yeah, thanks, Chris. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lucia Maloney, Transportation Manager. The Fifth Street Fairview roundabout is unique in Carson City in that it serves as really the primary and most practical egress route for that neighborhood. So the addition of the roundabout operational enhancements is a recent thing, and one that, as Chris mentioned, was included in the adopted 2050 Regional Transportation Plan. The need for the roundabout capacity improvements really came to light, I would say, concurrently with evaluation of the middle school expansion project. However, if you talk to some of the residents out there, the need for looking at this roundabout is something that's been longstanding in many of those residents' minds. And so we've heard that, and that project, at least in my mind, is sort of bigger and outside the realm of the school specifically. But as it relates to this project, there are direct impacts, as has been noted already tonight, to that westbound approach from vehicles exiting the school.
Well, are you saying that because we want to make a wider right turn lane onto Carson River Road to move traffic towards the one-way turnaround, that is the trigger for trying to do something with the roundabout? Aren't those two separate pieces of the same pie? I mean, I could see the school wanting the right turn lane done, but I don't see, if the other project was already a project, why the school is impacted by that. I can see the school paying for the right turn lane, but not necessarily in the roundabout. So help us out.
You're absolutely correct, Mr. Chair. And this is Lucia Maloney, Transportation Manager again. And so for that very reason, the condition has to do with the cost specifically of that westbound right turn lane, which is estimated to be about $250,000. And the percentage of the pro rata share there was directly proportionate to the school expansion project's impact on that westbound approach. So the city did not request a percentage share as it relates to the full roundabout expansion, just as it relates to that westbound to northbound right turn lane, which was the impacted leg, if you will, of on the roundabout of this specific project. And so that piece could stand alone if the city doesn't do a full roundabout expansion, or if we can't find funds for it. As Chris mentioned, we have requested put in a grant application for funding for the full roundabout expansion. If that's not awarded, we could always do this westbound right turn lane as a standalone project. But that is the reason we did it, approached it that way in the condition.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Perry, your hand is still raised. Oh, sorry. Okay. Any other comments for staff? All right, let's bring it back and see what we're going to do with this. I find it ironic that we're looking at an SUP for the construction of a really beautiful wing on the school, and all we're talking about is traffic. It's just, and I also, from a personal standpoint, think that if we're going to make this beautiful addition to the Eagle Valley Middle School, that moving those two Connex boxes to the parking lot down the street would really help the view, but that's a personal problem. Any further discussions from the commission on Mr. Perry?
Well, I'll comment, Mr. Chairman, on what you said there. And I think the reason that we were focused on traffic is that's where the comments came from the public. And also, I mean, I agree, the design of the school and all, the addition looks great. And obviously, it's very needed. The only real question I had there, and it's kind of jumping ahead, but I always like to think this out, is how they're going to access for construction, which I hope is not by bringing stuff down Buddy Way, because I think you'll have residents that don't like that. But the school district is obviously proposing, a major improvement in the traffic pattern here to address some of the comments that we did receive on that, which were that Fifth Street is backing up during peak hours when kids are being dropped off, and because it's just one lane. My question with regards to item 12, I'm relatively new here, but I've never, in the previous planning commission I was on, there was never a question about, who's going to pay for streets, the school district. That starts to take away from monies from the school district. And I realize that there is a cumulative impact there. And I realize, Hope, that as you said, it's being looked at just like it was any other development. But I would argue that schools are not just any other development. They're more of a service. It's tax monies, whether it comes out of the city or whether it comes out of the school district. And, that's a policy decision, and it's a tough one. But if you leave it to me on the Planning Commission, I'm going to say it's a city responsibility and not a school district responsibility off the site of the school district, because that could just balloon to every time we build a new school, we have to ask the school district for monies for this and that. And I don't think that's what the taxpayers pass bond issues for. They pass bond issues to build new schools, not to address cumulative traffic impacts. So one of my questions is, can we approve this without item 12?
We can, if we can approve it without item 12. What will probably happen is that somebody will try and put it back in when it goes to the Board of Supervisors, but I think, well, that's right.
It's a special use permit. It only comes here.
Okay.
Okay.
I think the answer is yes, we can take item 12 out. They're not correct? Heather, go ahead.
That's correct. I would note that the findings that staff made in the staff report do include a reference to that condition. So if you decide to ultimately remove condition 12, I would suggest modifying the findings as well.
You talking about finding number 3?
That's correct. And finding number 4.
What page are those on?
Page 8. Page 8.
Page 8 of the staff report. So Heather, which part of 3 would you, if we were to make a motion like that, would you delete, starting with additionally?
So I believe you're talking about just the pro rata share, correct? So it would be the second sentence. At the end of that, it says, "and payment of the pro rata share of a roundabout expansion project at East Fifth Street and Fairview Drive." We would delete that reference.
But that's really not what we're talking about anyway. The $34,000 is to make the right turn lane, not to do anything with the roundabout. That's why I was asking before.
I believe it's one of the lanes within the roundabout, and I think Chris or Lucia can.
I thought it was it's the corner of Fifth Street and Carson River Road where the right turn lane is.
I'll have Chris or Lucia weigh in on it.
Okay.
I understand what she's saying. Here. And if you would entertain a motion whenever you do, I think I can word that correctly.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve LU 2020-046 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval included in the staff report, except with the removal of condition 12 on page 2 of the staff report, and with a modification to item 3, page 8 of the staff report, the second sentence to read, "Safe vehicular and pedestrian access will be achieved with the implementation of the recommended conditions of approval requiring the new pickup drop-off access off of Carson River Road, period. Deleting and payment of the prorated share of a roundabout expansion project at East Fifth Street and Fairview Drive.
Number 4, too.
And,
Same sentence.
okay, give me a pause in my motion here. So what part of number 4?
Finding number 4, you have the sentence that reads, "The project will not overburden public roads with the implementation of conditions of approval requiring additional pickup, drop-off, access off Carson River Road." And if you're going to mirror what you did on 3, you would put a period there and remove the balance of that sentence.
Okay, and resuming the motion, page 8, item 4, the third sentence to read, "The project will not overburden public roads with the implementation of the conditions of approval requiring additional pickup, drop-off, access off Carson River Road, period." Removing and payment of a prorated share for a roundabout expansion project at East Fifth Street and Fairview Drive.
Okay, is there a second? I'll second the motion. All right, Commissioner Eswine seconds. Is there any further discussion? Go ahead. Commissioner Wiggins.
Yeah, I'm probably going to vote yay on this, but I'm reluctant to do this because we just had the applicant do a traffic study. We know it's going to impact traffic. So why would we waste the money on a traffic study if we're just going to throw that to the wind for any school type project? And also, going forward, if we build a new school, we're obviously going to look at an impact for traffic on that school. And I just think it should be taken into account for any project of this magnitude. Thanks.
Any other comment? The only other thing that I would like to also say is that the school district has a different way of having to fund for things than the city typically does. They don't have necessarily money every year to do these kinds of things. They plan these projects on 5-year bonds. And planning, if nothing else, if it was an escrow account, would fit their cycle better than just saying you're going to go into a negotiation to find a way to pay $34,000. If as an alternative to the motion, if we just said that the school district will put $34,000 into an escrow account, then they can plan on it, and then it can be held for 10 years. And if we don't do anything, then they get the money back. But it's just, I just think the principle of just telling the school they have to pay the money doesn't help them or us, either one. So it's just, and I can probably support this motion, but I think we should have worked harder at a solution. So. Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, there you are. I'm sorry, Commissioner Preston.
Hi. Hey, one thing I want to bring on here is that I do respect the traffic study that was done. And I think the traffic study is important because it also addresses bicycles, pedestrians, the flashing lights, a lot of other different things. This roundabout is actually being addressed through the Campos project in 2050 as a additional project. Had this roundabout really needed to be improved, I think that it should have been improved back when we moved the traffic off of Fairview prior to the I-80 expansion. My question is, okay, we require them to do this traffic study. They did come up with this idea on this roundabout. But what about the other 2 projects we have that are right there in that area, the low-income housing and the RV park? Did we require them to do the RV storage area? Did we require them to do a traffic study too? And did this roundabout come up in theirs?
I think you're referring to, are you referring to the housing on Budeye? Okay, just confirming. Okay, that is still that's still going through what's called the major project review process, and the traffic analysis on that project is not complete yet. So they too need to do a traffic analysis. We have not seen it yet, and when we do see it, we'll react to it. In terms of the airport storage, yes, they did do a traffic analysis, and I'm not prepared to speak specifically to that, but yes, they did do the analysis. That's the one on airport in Budeye, just south of Budeye. Yes.
Okay. Well, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion?
Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
I'd just like to address Mr. Wiggins' comment that, the removal of 12 doesn't eliminate the right-hand turn lane or the other traffic circulation improvements. It just doesn't require the school to pay for them.
Okay. Any further discussion now? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Commissioner Preston, are you yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. How about 10 minutes? All right.
Thank you, Commissioners.
We'll be back here at 5 minutes after.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
It's now 6:04 and a half, 6:04. The Planning Commission meeting will come back to order. We are at item E3, LU 2020-0048. Discuss on possible action regarding a request for a modification of a special use permit, LU 2020-0010, for residential use in a non-residential zoning district, so as to house 4 units in 2 buildings instead of 1 building on property zone general commercial located at 3993 Lampere Drive, APN 010351-15. Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the chair explained, this is a request for a special use permit for residential use in a non-residential zoning district, specifically the general commercial zoning district. The applicant is requesting to build 2 buildings with 2 units in each building on the subject 0.39 acre parcel. The plans include 4 on-site spaces and approximately 4,569 square feet of open space. Each unit is proposed to be a 2-bedroom unit with a 2-car garage. The 2-story building will have a building height of 22 feet 4 inches with the T111 groove siding on the first floor elevation, exterior wall, and LP Smart Side cedar texture lap siding on the second floor exterior walls, and architectural asphalt shingles on the roofing. On May 27, 2020, the Planning Commission reviewed the subject property for a special use permit for residential use in a non-residential zoning district. At that time, the applicant was proposing a single building with 4 units. As the proposal is not substantially consistent with the application materials provided to the Planning Commission in May, a modification to the special use permit is required. Staff has reviewed the 7 required findings of fact necessary for a special use permit, plus the 2 supplemental findings necessary for residential use in a non-residential zoning district. And we were able to make each of those findings in the affirmative, subject to conditions, and we are recommending approval. I'm happy to go more in depth on that if you'd like. The applicant, Mark Funk, I believe, is joining us virtually, and if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer those, or as I said, I'm trying to be brief, but happy to go more in depth on anything.
And as I understand it, these are the same conditions of approval that we approved before. There's no changes.
That's correct.
Okay. Is there any questions for staff?
Yes, from Commissioner Perry. So I know that this was in front of the Planning Commission since I joined, just not that many months ago when it was a 4-plex, right? It was 1 building with 4 units, and now it's 2 buildings with 2 units each. So I guess I'd ask staff or the applicant, why did you change it? It was already approved.
I'll let the applicant address that.
Okay. Is he on?
It would be aesthetics and, Mark Funk, applicant, manager for Earthlogics. It was, the reason being aesthetics, I guess, or the looks, and also economical. Those are the reasons.
Okay, Mark.
That answer your question?
Yeah, I guess so. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Do you, the conditions of approval for this modification of the SOP, are you okay with all those?
Yeah.
Okay. And the basic exterior of the buildings really hasn't changed other than there's 2 instead of 1, as far as I can tell. Is that true?
Yes, it makes a nicer facade.
Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant? Okay. Hearing none. Can I have a motion? Commissioner Eswan.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve LU-2020-0048, a modification to LU-2020-0010, based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report.
Is there a second?
Oh, second.
Second by Commissioner Lloyd. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, Commissioner Preston, I heard your aye.
Good.
Motion carried. LU 2020-0047, discuss and possible action regarding a request to amend a special use permit, SUP 18-135, to allow a tattoo parlor use to occupy an additional 246 square feet of existing building on property zoned retail commercial located at 113 Rice Street, APN 002-152-02. Heather.
Thank you, Heather Ferris, Associate Planner for the record. The subject parcel is 0.21 acres and zoned retail commercial. The property is a multi-tenant property with uses including a music store, retail space, residence, and single-car garage, and the subject tattoo parlor, as well as an adjacent vacant space. Per municipal code, a tattoo parlor is a conditional use in the RC zoning district. Therefore, a special use permit is required before establishing the use. On October 24th, 2018, the Planning Commission approved a special use permit to allow for a tattoo parlor to operate in a 900 square foot space at the subject property. The applicant is seeking to expand into the adjacent 246 square foot space within the same multi-tenant building. This expansion is considered an amendment to the existing special use permit as it did not anticipate the use of the additional space. The Planning Commission is authorized to approve an amendment to the special use permit subject to making the findings required and outlined in the staff report. Staff was able to make all findings in the affirmative and is recommending approval of the special use permit subject to the conditions of approval included in the staff report. We've not received any public comments regarding this item. The applicants, Leslie Robinson and Tony Jackson, are participating this evening via phone and may wish to address the commission, and I'm available for questions.
Okay. Are there questions for the staff? Okay, is the applicant online?
Oh, we have no questions.
Oh, no, is the applicant online?
Yes.
Please identify yourself. Is this
Yes.
Lizzie?
This is Leslie Robinson.
Okay. And do you agree with the conditions of approval?
I do.
Okay. There was one additional one, I think, this time. Is that not true, Heather? The number 6?
Yes, the health department essentially wanted that added, although it is code, just to cover all the bases.
Okay. And Leslie, you don't have any problem with all 6 of these conditions?
Nope, we're good. Really, we won't be using this space for anything. The health inspector just asked that we maybe had a little bit of extra space if it ever became available, and it is available, so we decided that we would try and get it.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Yes. Mr. Wiggins?
Commissioner Wiggins, question for staff. When they have to come in to amend a special use permit, do they have to pay the $2,500 or do they get a break on that?
It's a reduced price at 75% of the original fee.
Okay, that's good because it's only 246 square feet. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that was one of our issues, just because of the governor asking that cities work with small businesses to be able to be in compliance and keep their doors open. So there was a little bit of a break on that, so we appreciate it.
Okay. Any further comments? How about a motion?
I'll go ahead and propose a motion. Commissioner Lloyd?
Go ahead.
I move to approve LU 2020-0047 based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Wiggins. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Preston, are you an aye? Thumbs up works. Okay. Commissioner Preston is an aye.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Item E5, discussion and possible action regarding a special use permit to construct a an accessory structure that will result in the cumulative area of an accessory structure exceeding 75% of the size of the primary building and the area of the accessory structure exceeding 5% of the parcel size on property zoned single-family 1 acre located at 404088 Hillview Drive, APN 009-189-18.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The subject 1 acre property is currently improved with a 1,911 square foot home with attached garage and an 864 square foot detached garage. The applicant is proposing to add a 26 foot tall, 4,000 square foot, so that's 80 feet by 50 feet, garage structure to the site. I believe the legal ad, Mr. Schwartz indicated it said shop. It very well may have been, we may have called it a shop. I was calling it a shop in the staff report. The applicant called it a garage. It does not have plumbing. It does not have a bathroom. It's a shell of a building, if you will, with electrical. And my instinct was it's a shop, but the applicant, in fairness, called it a garage. This will result in the cumulative area of the accessory buildings being 254% of the size of the primary structure and covering 11% of the lot. And that is what Ms. Crandall pointed out in her correspondence as well. Per municipal code 1805055, if the cumulative area of the accessory buildings exceeds 75% of the size of the primary residence, a special use permit is required. Also, if the cumulative area of the accessory buildings exceeds 5% of the lot area and the lot exceeds a half acre, a special use permit is required. The Planning Commission is authorized to approve a special use permit upon making each of the required findings of fact. Make no doubt about it, this is a big building. I had to check my numbers. I said, is this building really this big? It is. It's a big building. Having said that, this building is meeting all of the dimensional criteria. It is meeting its setbacks. It is meeting the height limitation. This is an area of larger lots, and it is common to have outbuildings. I've included a slide of the area where you can see, as you look at these lots, you can see many of them have multiple buildings, including lots that are adjacent to the subject property. When I went out there and looked around, I had to drive around to see, which lot is that building on, because there are so many buildings in the backyards. There's not a request for a home-based business or any type of business here, so Mr. Schwartz had indicated it would be an industrial building and more than just vehicular storage, but there isn't a request for a business use, just so the commission's aware of that. Having said that, the staff has reviewed all 7 findings, and we have been able to make them in the affirmative. I will add more for the benefit of the public than the benefit of the commission, because the commission does know this. Had this been in addition to the building, it would be allowed and it would not be before you, but it could have the same footprint. Having said that, the staff, because we can make the findings in the affirmative, is recommending approval. The property owner, Jim Willman, is on the phone, and I'm happy to go more in depth or answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for staff? Hope, we typically, when we do these buildings, we talk about external lighting. I don't see that there is any, but should we not put that condition in there in the event that he decides to put a light out there or some kind of lighting?
I think that's a good recommendation, so we can ask for dark sky compliant residential lighting as an additional condition.
Okay. Is there any other comments for staff? You say Mr. Willman is on the line? Mr. Willman?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You've seen the recommended staff report?
Yes, sir, I have.
And the 6 conditions of approval? Do you accept
Yes, I
those?
have.
Do you accept those?
I do.
All right, what
Yes,
about?
sir, I do.
All right, what about, I'm not gonna marry you either. What about, what about a dark sky provision for lighting if you decide to put lights out there? You have a problem with that? You
To be honest, I'm not exactly sure what a dark sky provision is as I talk to you right now. My intent was I didn't need any kind of commercial type lighting. At most, I needed like a porch light. So I'm okay with that provision, assuming that it's not something so restrictive that I can't figure it out.
Mr. Willman, this is Hope Sullivan, the planning manager. A dark sky compliant
Yes,
lighting
ma'am.
would mean that the lighting would be directed downward and there would be some type of shield above it so that the light's not directed up toward the sky. So it just basically has a hood on it, if you will. So the condition would read,
Understand.
any lighting must be dark sky compliant residential lighting. Would that?
I would have no trouble accepting that.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Yes, Commissioner Lloyd.
I actually have a question for Hope. Just for clarification, since I am new to the board. So if this was an addition to the residence or to the current garage on the property, it would not need to come before us.
There's a detached garage on the property. So if it was attached to the detached garage, it would come before you. The code section that we're working under is a code section that regulates accessory buildings. So when an accessory building exceeds 50% of the size of the primary building, the primary building being the house, and if it has an attached garage, you look at that area per the assessor's office, then you need what's called an administrative permit. And if the cumulative total of the accessory buildings on a site exceeds 75% of the size of the primary dwelling, then you need to get a special use permit. Additionally, still under the accessory building part of the code, it says if you have a lot that's more than 21,000 square feet, and if the cumulative area of the accessory buildings will exceed 5% of the lot size, then you need a special use permit. So the regulations we're working under are specific to accessory buildings. That's why I mentioned that if this was an addition to the primary building, it wouldn't fall under that section. It would just be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you, Hope.
Commissioner Perry?
Thank you. I have a question for the applicant, Mr. Willman. This is Commissioner Perry. We have comments from a couple of your neighbors who are not opposed to metal outbuildings, but are opposed to the size of what you have proposed here at 40 by 80 feet. And I guess my question to you is I drove by your house the other day to see, I could see you have an RV out there that you want to put into it, and that's very common, and we'd rather have them in garages than on the street. But why do you need such a big building? Because, it's significantly bigger than the normal proposed metal building that we get at the Planning Commission. Can you give us some insight of why so big?
I can understand that. And to be fair, I do understand and appreciate my neighbor's comments and concerns with regards to the building. For clarification, I would like to clarify, though, that the peak height of the building is 22 foot 6 inches. I think it was inadvertently possibly misstated earlier, but that's just a clarification. Part of my evaluation in deciding building size was, of course, partly based on my RV that I have, which is 38 foot tip to tip, and the desire not to have it crowded into a space that's so tight that I have to move things around just to get in and out of it. I'm retired, and I have every intention of staying that way. So I understand my neighbor's concerns about commercial building, and I have no intention of working at any point. So I'm not going to use it for a commercial building. But part of the size goes with future plans that I have for additional retirement recreation vehicles. I have under consideration. I'm actually actively searching for a fishing boat right now. I have a utility trailer I'd like to also put in it. I'd like to get a different kind of hunting and fishing RV. The one that I have that's parked out in my yard right now is a very nice one that my wife and my cats and I enjoy quite a bit, but it's not the one I would take hunting or fishing either if I had an option. So I have a concept and an idea and some plans to put additional equipment in there. And honestly, my concern with the building, I actually looked at larger buildings at one point, and I tried to make it make sense to the fit for the lot, and also to make sure that I didn't have to move the trailer out just to get to the stuff that's behind it or alongside it when I wanted to access it.
Okay, thank you. There's, in the plans here, and I don't see this under the conditions of approval, but there can be no bathrooms or kitchens or no habitation of this structure, right? Because one of the comments from one of the other neighbors was, one of these that's built on that road, at least was believed to be, people are living in it or something, or it has an address or something like that. And there was a question about follow-up, after these are built, to ensure that they're not being finished inside and made into apartments.
Understand. Yeah, I have no plans to do any of those things with regards to residential. That, to be candid, that was an early consideration at one point in time for an in-law type facility, and that is no longer necessary. That the in-laws weren't interested in doing that, so we just took that out of the whole plans and just went away. And after doing the research on what is and is not allowed in Carson City, it was pretty easy to make the determination that a simple, straightforward garage was the answer for what I perceive as what I would like to, my needs and requirements are for a garage.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Staff? All right. Thank you, sir. Let's bring him back and see if we can get this one moving. Is there an issue with adding bathrooms and things later on?
That's why I was just looking at my code. The code does actually, this is a single-family 1 acre zoning district, and a guest quarters or guest house isn't allowed accessory use.
Mm-hmm.
So truthfully, if he were to seek a building permit for a guest house within this building, or even convert that other garage into a guest house, the zoning would allow that from a land use perspective. I don't see that's necessary to preclude that, just because that's not the intent today.
Okay.
But it's for the commission to decide.
Well, since I changed it, I'll move to approve SUP LU 2020-0049 based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report, including number 7, which requires dark sky exterior lighting only, residential dark sky exterior lighting only on the building. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Second by Commissioner Eswine. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Commissioner Preston, thumbs up. Okay. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can I just make a comment on this? Because I think this is just one of those ones that maybe in that exercise that we're doing of updating the code that we need to look at. Because when I look at, 180505, which is the enabling language here, right? Cumulative square footage of the accessory building limited to 50%. So at 50%, they don't have to do anything other than get a permit, from the city. If it's above 75%, then they can come to city staff and work through it, right? No, excuse me, 50 to 75%, they can come to you. Isn't there some approval process that's just within?
It's slightly different. it's called an administrative hearing, and it's still a discretionary review.
Mhm.
And we use the exact same findings for an administrative permit as we do for a special use permit. But it's a public meeting, and there's a hearings officer, and the staff presents to the hearings
there is.
officer, so it's not informal by any means.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I watched that in my own neighborhood with a neighbor that wanted to do one of
Oh,
these.
okay, you came to the administrative hearing?
I didn't.
Oh,
No.
okay.
I got noticed. But I look at the way this is read, and over 75%, then it comes to the planning commission. But we just approved one that's 254%. I mean, it's like I have some agreement with some of the people that commented. Where does this end? Can you just build a 80,000 square foot barn in the back of your house in a single family? I mean, I honestly think there ought to be a limit that says in our new thing that no structure greater than, I don't know what the number is, 10% of the surface area or 125% of the existing building should be allowed, period. End of story. Otherwise, and I understand people want to have these, because I have friends that have these that put their trailers in them, but they're getting bigger and bigger. And when you drive around these neighborhoods, you don't notice the houses anymore. You see the giant metal barns. So I just wanted to get that out on the table.
We can agendize this for one of your upcoming workshops. You've sort of talked about 1805055,
Yep.
and we can revisit it to expand on the
I
conversation.
would love to revisit it then, because then it wouldn't be automatically in this meeting here. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Eswan?
I got one too.
Okay.
Here, mine's real quick. If this was a 5,000 square foot house, it probably wouldn't be here, right? Okay. That's
Right.
why I looked
That's
at
right.
this.
You're right.
That's why I looked at this and I said, well, what's better, to have a 5,000 square foot house and this on that property? So, but I'm with you. This was a little extreme.
Mr. Eswan?
Yeah, I guess my comment is directed to, just citizens in general who, we have these things all the time, and frequently the concern is the size or even the look of a structure. And we're undergoing a process now for reviewing our development codes. And I would encourage any citizen who has concerns about these types of issues to participate in that process. There are ways that we could maybe mitigate the impact of these huge structures on residential properties. But we need to hear suggestions and get buy-in from the citizens of Carson City.
Mr. Chair.
Hello.
Ben Johnson, Deputy District Attorney for the record. Two things. I just wanted to try to redirect discussion to the agenda.
Yes,
and also for the benefit of the record, I believe that Commissioner Kilgore has joined the meeting online. So I just wanted to make that note for the record. Thank you.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that, folks.
Yeah.
I did not
I'm
get
sorry,
any-
Commissioner Gilmore, I didn't realize you were online. Were you there for the last item that we discussed?
I was indeed.
And how did you
I'm
vote?
sorry. I was giving you the thumbs up over here.
All right, thank you. We can see you now.
Mr. Chair, was that the only item he voted on?
Was that the only item that you were?
Yes, that's
Okay.
yes, that's the only one I was in for. Sorry.
All right,
The
that's
email
fine.
Link was not there.
Welcome.
Thank you. Sorry for the untimely manner.
All right, item E6. Issue B 2020-0016 for possible action, discussion and possible action regarding a tentative subdivision map known as Borda Crossing to create 27 single-family resident lots on a 5.27 acre parcel zoned single-family 1 acre located at the northeast corner of the intersection of Silver Sage Drive and Clearview Drive, APN 009-124-03. Okay, Heather.
Thank you. Heather Ferris again for the record. So before we get into the details of the project, I just want to clarify that this tentative subdivision map is dependent upon the approval of a zoning map amendment ZA 2020-0005, from single-family 1 acre to single-family 6,000. The application was before the Planning Commission at your May 27th, 2020 meeting, and the Planning Commission recommended approval of the zoning map amendment to the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors considered the zoning map amendment on June 18th, 2020. However, the board declined to take action and continued the matter to allow the applicant to either bring forward an alternative zoning or a lot layout that would address the concerns of the neighborhood. Based on the board's action, the zoning map amendment will not be reconsidered by the Planning Commission. To be clear, the zoning map is not before you this evening. The tentative map is the only matter before you for consideration.
Okay.
The subject property is located at the northeast corner of Silver Sage Drive and Clearview Drive. The parcel is vacant and approximately 5.27 acres in size. As I already mentioned, the map is dependent upon approval of zoning map amendment from single-family 1 acre to single-family 6,000. Therefore, the base zoning utilized in the evaluation of the project is single-family 6,000. I will also note the underlying master plan for the area is medium-density residential. The single-family zoning is single-family 6,000 zoning is consistent with the master plan. The application proposes to subdivide the 5.27 acres into 28 single-family residential lots with approximately 1.13 acres of common open space and a total of 0.58 acres of private open space. Those would be private rear yards. The applicant is seeking to utilize the provisions of Municipal Code 1710, which is a common open space development. Common open space developments must comply with the allowable density of the zoning district, but may have flexibility regarding dimensional criteria, so your lot size, lot width, and setbacks. The allowable density in the single-family 6,000 zoning is 7.26 units per acre. The applicant proposes 5.3 units per acre. The overall design concept is the creation of lots that are on average 5,037 square feet in size. The subdivision is proposed to be accessed via a single through street with access from Silver Sage and Center Drive. Each lot will be accessed via the proposed Bayonne Avenue, so no lots will be accessing directly from Silver Sage, Clearview, or Center. Bayonne Avenue will have a 60-foot right-of-way and be improved with 23.5-foot wide drive lanes, providing for on-street parking, curbs, gutters, and a 5-foot sidewalk on both sides of the street. Homes will each have a standard 2-car garage at a minimum and 20-foot long driveway. The northern and southern portions of the property, approximately 1.13 acres in total, are the proposed common open space areas, with walkways throughout to serve the required recreational open space. Each lot will also have a rear yard of approximately 897 square feet to serve as a private open space. Common open space developments are required to establish periphery boundary setbacks, and they must be at a minimum equal to those of the underlying zoning district, in this case, the SF6 zoning. The SF6 zoning requires a minimum front setback of 20 feet, a side of 5 feet, street side of 10 feet, and a rear of 10 feet. The proposed periphery setbacks meet or exceed the required setbacks for the single-family 6,000 zoning. The open space along the northern and southern boundaries of the site will provide large buffer areas. Additionally, homes will be set back a minimum of 20 feet from the rear property lines, thereby creating periphery setbacks along the northern and southern boundary of 56.7 feet and 65.2 feet respectively. Homes will be a minimum of 10 feet from the western boundary of the subdivision and a minimum of 12.4 feet from the eastern boundary of the subdivision. The periphery boundary of the subdivision will be landscaped with trees and bushes to provide for additional buffering and screening from neighboring properties. Moreover, Center Drive and Clearview Drive provide additional space between the proposed development and the existing residences to the east and south of the proposed subdivision. Parcels in this area are in transition between commercially zoned parcels to the west and low-density, single-family residential parcels to the east. There are several people in the area that keep horses and livestock or have the ability to keep livestock based on their zoning. So staff is recommending condition of approval 24, requiring the applicant to record a disclosure or similar instrument, putting any future home buyer on notice that they are purchasing property near an area where people are allowed to keep horses and other livestock, and there may be inconvenience or discomfort associated with that, including noise, dust, and odors that may arise from living in close proximity to such properties. To date, we've received written public comment from 19 individuals opposing the project. Those comments are included in your packet or have been provided to you as late material, and you've heard from some of those individuals this evening. Also included in your late material is a memo from staff regarding modifications to 2 conditions of approval. As noted in the memo, the applicant has offered a condition of approval similar to that which was approved by the Board of Supervisors for the adjacent Silverview Townhomes and the Emerson Cottages projects, wherein the roads will be public and the applicant will submit a check to the city equal to the cost of a slurry seal of the internal public roads prior to the recording of the map. Staff has recommended modifying the conditions of approval, deleting references to the private road in condition 27, and modifying condition 32, deleting the requirement for the private road, and instead requiring payment of the cost of the slurry seal for the internal public road. There are 12 findings that must be made in the affirmative for the Planning Commission to recommend approval of a tentative subdivision map to the Board of Supervisors. Staff has made all required findings in the affirmative and is recommending approval of the project, subject to the conditions of approval included in the staff report and amended in the memo from staff dated January 26, 2021. Louis Carriola with Manhart Consulting is representing the applicant, Mark Turner. Both are participating virtually and I'm sure have comments to address the commission. I'm available for questions, but Stephen Pote would first like to address some of the comments that we've received.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Heather.
Go ahead, Stephen.
Thank you. So the items I wanted to cover are cumulative impacts, the traffic in the area. There's a suggestion to make this street a cul-de-sac, wellhead protection, and reduced infiltration into the groundwater. So to start off with, there's some statements made by the public that the city does not look at the cumulative impacts of projects as they're being approved in the area. The city does try to capture those when we require impact reports. We do require existing development as well as developments that are entitled to be shown in those impact reports. For traffic, while the project is below the threshold to require a traffic impact study, the city did analyze a recent traffic impact study which evaluated the current and future levels of service for intersections in the surrounding area, and there were no intersections that required mitigation. Mr. Tanchek spoke at the beginning of the meeting today and recommended requiring that the street be made a cul-de-sac. Having the proposed street connect to both Center Drive and Silver Sage Drive distributes traffic more evenly, and there is not an intersection that requires mitigation, so staff does not see justification for making that a requirement of the subdivision. There's also concern about domestic wells in the area and pollution to the groundwater. Specifically, at the beginning of the meeting, Mr. Tanchek indicated that there was a leach field adjacent to his well as a result of this proposed development. That statement is not accurate. I believe he was referring to the detention basin on site. This subdivision requires the lots to connect to city sewer, so there's no septic tanks or leach fields. There is a stormwater detention basin. There is not, however, a minimum distance that a detention basin has to be from a domestic well. But to give some perspective, septic tanks are required to be at least 100 feet from domestic wells, and the detention basin is approximately 75 feet from the nearest lot line and approximately 90 feet from Mr. Tomachek's property line. And then on reduced infiltration, so with the added impervious space from roofs and streets, the development is required to, as I mentioned, install a detention basin, and that will detain the water so that the post-development peak stormwater flows for a 5-year event are the same after development as they were before development. So that will slow water down and give it a chance to infiltrate into the ground and recharge groundwater. So those are I think all the main points that the public hit on. But if there's any other, yeah.
The retention basins in the southeast corner of this property, is that the one that's on the blueprints? Is that
Correct.
Okay. Is that the only retention basin?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Heather?
Heather Ferris again for the record. I'll go ahead and just address two other comments and questions that were raised by the public. One is the undergrounding of utilities. Condition number 7 is one of our standard conditions that requires all overhead utilities to be underground on site. So anything that is currently on the project site would have to be underground, and any new utilities as well. And then the question of the zoning map going first. So the zoning map amendment, as I said, it came to the Planning Commission, went to the board. The board did not remand it back to the Planning Commission. They wanted to see either an amended zoning map amendment application come forward or a subdivision. And what we have now is a subdivision map before you. The only way to get it to the board is to come through the Planning Commission. So.
Yeah, they should have sent it back to us. They should have sent it back to us.
And then there was a question of the master plan amendment and zoning map amendment. So if I remember correctly, the code allows for master plan amendments to be initiated by either the property owner or the Board of Supervisors. Zoning map amendments can be initiated in the same manner or by staff. So if that's something that the Planning Commission wanted to potentially consider, that's a recommendation you could make to the board, but ultimately it's the board's decision.
Okay. Is that pretty much everything? I think that's about all that I remember. All right, are there any other questions for staff? Commissioner Lloyd.
Commissioner Lloyd, I have a question. So in the documentation that they provided us, there's a letter from planning dated November 6, 2020. And on item number 3 of that, it says, due to the amount of time that has passed since the Board of Supervisor hearing, staff has recommended taking the zoning map amendment back to the Planning Commission along with the tentative subdivision map.
So at the time, that was the conceptual map meeting, which is a meeting with staff that's required to be completed prior to submitting a tentative map. So at that time, that was the discussion that we had had. After further consideration and consulting with the district attorney's office, we determined that that was not the appropriate route because of the motion and the action that came from the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, any other questions for Staff? Commissioner Wiggins?
Commissioner Wiggins for the record. We talked about the setbacks for single family 6,000. What are the required setbacks if it stayed single family 1 acre? Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah,
I don't
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Larger?
Thank you. No. So the front setback is 30, the side is 15, street side is 20, and rear would be 30.
Heather, on condition number 7 is my pet peeve about identifying AT&T Cablevision. I'm still searching for a phrase, fiber optics, streaming, something. But I don't think we ought to continue to commercialize that. AT&T Cablevision may or may not ever leave here, but they may.
Noted.
Yeah, whatever. Are there any fence? Two things struck me. Number one, there's a statement in here that says there's no turf. Does that mean all these green belts are not going to have any grass?
So originally, the conceptual landscape plan that was submitted with the application includes in this dark green area, it included turf in that area. After further consideration, the applicant would prefer to do xeriscape in that area, along with trees and bushes. So we're not at this time approving any landscape plans. They will have to submit their landscape plans. They will have to be consistent with Division 3 of the development standards. Those will come in with the site improvement permits. There is no requirement for a certain percentage of turf to be provided. There is discussion in the development standards on limiting the percentage of turf if you do provide it.
Okay. Commissioner Eswine?
I have a couple comments or questions. On condition 18, this is another one of those where it's pretty vague, and I would like to know what adequate screening is. And then on condition 33, I'd like to know from the city engineer what the justification is for requiring a full street section as opposed to a half street section that we require for other types of projects similar to this.
This is Steven. Well, Heather and Hope are talking about that other one. I can speak to the full street section. So the reasoning on that was just based on the current condition of the pavement. If you go out there, you can see there's pretty severe alligator cracking, and the pavement is all but destroyed there. And the anticipation is that most of their traffic will head south, and so that's why we're looking at the full section to the south of the development.
To work here.
Okay.
Well, I just point out that on the west side of Carson Street, we had a project on Clearview, the apartment houses, and that road section was in much worse shape than this section. And they were only required to do a half section, and they're going to have more vehicles than this project.
I can address your question regarding condition 18. So that, again, is a condition that's taken right out of the code. So what we can do is we have those large buffer areas on the north and south built into the project. And what we would do is we would look at that screening at the time they come in with their landscape plans.
That, I think that goes back to my original question. Are there fences on those backyards on the north side and the south side? And I guess that's a question for the developer. Is the developer on? Okay.
Yes, I'm here. This is Mark Turner for the record.
Okay. Mr. Turner, have you seen the 35 conditions of approval?
Yes, we've taken a look at those. Just so you know, I also have our consultant, Louis Carriola, here from Manhard Consulting, and he will be weighing in here with some comments as well. Just to address the question regarding fencing, yes, we do expect all of these yards to be fenced in the back. I don't know that anybody would want to have a backyard without fencing, should they have a pet or whatnot. So, yes, wood fencing is something that we would be installing for sure.
And like a uniform fencing?
Yes, that would be one style of fencing for the entire project.
Okay.
It would be a 6-foot redwood style fence.
Are there any other questions for the developer? Commissioner Lloyd?
I have a question. I think this is first for planning, so Hope or Heather. So Carson City Municipal Code 1710-046 outlines the requirements for open space within a common open space development. We are working with a common open space development here, correct?
That's correct.
So if there's 100 square feet of common open space per unit required for recreation, is xeriscape still considered something that can be recreated upon?
So in combination with the walking paths, yes, it would count towards in our view, based on what we've done in the past, it would count towards a recreational open space.
Thank you for that clarification.
Commissioner Perry?
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Turner. As you know, Mr. Turner, there's significant opposition to this and with the neighbors that adjoin this property out there, probably the most that I've seen in my short period here. Did you meet with them to try to work through some of their issues with regards to what the city council said, the alternative layout or zoning after this was not acted upon at the city council?
Commissioner Perry, to answer your question, we did not meet with them prior to undergoing the design process for the subdivision. And the reason that we didn't is that there was not a design that was rejected the first time this matter was brought before the Planning Commission. What we did do is we were conscious of the people's lack of desire to have 38 or 39 houses, which would have been the maximum density allowed under the underlying master plan designation zoning, and we lowered that by about 25% to about 28, and thinking that the decrease in density there would help to alleviate some of the concerns folks had about an overwhelming level of density. At the end of the day, we're trying to create an attainable housing product here. As everyone's well aware, the cost of housing in Carson City these days, it does require new forms of design and a little bit more creative thinking in how we can create housing units that can be brought to market at an attainable sale price. So what we did do after we had come up with our design is that we did reach out to a number of different neighbors in the area. Some of them did take us up on our offer. We met with them and showed them the design. I'm not sure that we could have presented a design that they would be happy with and that would still be financially viable and bring in an attainable housing product. But we did bring people and we showed them what we were doing. We were aware that the majority of the people there would prefer that we didn't do anything on that property. We understand that. We've been through similar circumstances before in our development endeavors throughout Carson City. But we have really a lot of confidence that we can bring a good-looking, attractive project that, when all is said and done, will elevate property values in the area. I spoke with an appraiser that we work with on a regular basis, and she was not aware of any project in Carson City that had created adverse sale price impacts for the areas and the houses that were built or were standing before the arrival of the new development. In some cases, it actually helped that. So we feel that we could do this in a manner that, once it's done, and people are always fearful of development, I understand that, and we're sensitive to that. But at the same time, you can't just let a piece of ground sit and do nothing. And we do follow the master plan recommendations. When we look at a piece of ground, we look to see what the master plan designation is, and then gear our design activities towards that. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you, Mr. Turner.
Commissioner Preston, do you have any comments? I can't see you raising your hand.
No, I really don't have any comments. The only thing that I wanted to say is that I think we're going to see more projects actually go with a zero landscape because of the cost of water has gotten to be so prohibitive, and setting up a separate meter for irrigation. So I can understand the a zero type landscape type of thing that we'll be doing, but I have no problem with this project.
Okay. Mr. Gilmore, do you have any questions? I'm sorry?
I'm going to have to say, oh, yes, sir?
Go ahead.
I just definitely back this. I'm all about being able to develop on an empty lot, so if there's any type of questions, it's more along the lines of, how uniform is the exterior going to look, fencing and, distance to the street and stuff like that, as far as the development for the master plan. So everything seems to be along the lines from what I'm seeing, so I don't really have any questions.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Lloyd.
Commissioner Lloyd, for the record. I just want to be on the record to say that I do see the opposition from community members on this project. And, if we approve it, what the Board of Supervisors does with it or not, I just hope that the developer is willing to work with community members, because it's my understanding, I believe, Hope, that you can, so if it's SF 6,000 zoning, you could still develop it as SF 12,000 or the like. So I just want that on the record. All the other findings I do see here, we are meeting the findings. So I just want the community members to know that they're heard.
Okay. My only comment is that I think the Board of Supervisors could have helped us out a little better. We could have done more things that were more creative. Commissioner Wiggins.
Commissioner Wiggins, for the record. A lot of times when we look at these, we look at the project and how it abuts against properties, and the setbacks that the developers do comes into play when we look at this and we say, it is going to impact those neighbors because there's property lines. I think what we're seeing on this project is there were already some, moderately dense buildings on the north side, and then one large lot on the northeast side, but the rest is bounded by streets. That being said, all the neighbors are on large lots around here, and so maybe this question's for the applicant. And I like all the setbacks you did on the north and south side. Why wasn't it considered on the east side as well, where a majority of the complaints are coming from? Thanks.
Commissioner Wiggins, I'm going to defer this question to our planner, Louis Cariola, who helps us and advises us on these matters, and then I can chime in as need be. So I'll turn the floor over to Louis on this, and hopefully he can answer that question adequately for you.
This is Louis Cariola from Manhard Consulting. We did submit the application on behalf of Mr. Turner. You know, regarding the setbacks, I think Mark already alluded to the fact that he's endeavoring to provide a housing product in Carson City that is recognized as lacking at this point. These are for ownership lots and homes. These aren't for rent apartments, but they're also not homes that will price out a large segment of Carson City's community. That being said, you know, the density permitted in SF6 zoning is 7.26, and the proposal here is only 5.3. So dropping down that density and then recognizing some of the lot's constraints, and that would be bound by 3 roads and its rectangular shape and just over, you know, 5.75 acres, didn't offer enough opportunity for creative designs and still allow Mr. Turner to bring forward a project that would be viable. So the effort here again was to make substantial buffer zones part of the map on the north and south as we were able to. On the east side, while the setback is just over 12 feet, there are only 2 lots on the east side of this property, as well as a brand new right-of-way. Mr. Turner will be obligated to construct a full rural street section on Center Drive, improving access there for not just his residents, but anybody in that neighborhood to the northeast. So I think ultimately what we found were the site didn't allow for much more creative designs. And additionally, in order to permit Mr. Turner to move forward with a viable project, we did have to try and maintain a certain unit count. And as a result of those limitations, we did end up with the smaller setback on the east side than we have in the north and the south.
So I guess to follow that up, I'm just concerned that this isn't going to go forward even at the board unless you're addressing all sides of the project, and that I guess comes back to my first question on what were the setbacks for single family 1 acre. You know, if this was sold that way and a house was built there, I'm guessing most of the neighbors probably wouldn't like anything built there ever, but what would be the limits if it had stayed the original zoning? So just a consideration for you to make this project, I guess, a little more palatable to the neighbors, is to somehow get creative on that eastern boundary. That's it.
You know, thank you for those comments, Commissioner. You know, the preliminary landscaping plan submitted is more extensive than would typically be included at this stage. The applicant's intent is to follow through with more detailed landscaping with a final map. And the details of what plantings would be appropriate can certainly be worked out with staff if it's found that the proposed plantings would not provide the sufficient level of screening. At that point, we would also likely have details regarding fences that would be separating the homes on the east side of the project from the adjacent properties. So I do think there's still opportunities for us to work with this design and enhance it in a way that will make it more palatable. You know, that being said, unless there's other questions along these lines, I did have some other comments or questions regarding the conditions of approval, but I'll wait for someone to ask me to move forward with that.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'll ask you to move forward with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Condition 7, which Heather mentioned earlier regarding undergrounding of utilities, I would agree that the mention of AT&T Cablevision is a little odd. Looking at the existing overhead power lines, along Clearview Drive and Silver Sage Drive. So that would be the south and the west of the property. It looks like major transmission lines run up and down the streets and aren't undergrounded anywhere else along those lengths. On Center Drive on the east, they look like distribution lines, and I think that would be appropriate for undergrounding. So I'm just hoping maybe Mr. Prote can offer some clarification. In addition to our question regarding undergrounding the lines, I think the language in condition 7 may need just a little more explanation. Specifically, the language stating any existing overhead facility shall be relocated prior to the submittal of a final map. And I'm presuming the intent is that those undergroundings would be noted on the final map, not actually having occurred. So I think those are two questions. Hopefully, we can get some clarification here tonight.
Okay. Any others?
No, I think that covers it. Heather had already addressed our concerns with conditions 27 and 32, which address the private roadway. As Heather explained, we're hoping to have the opportunity for Mr. Turner to offer a cost for a slurry seal and then permit the roads to be public, considering the fact that they are built to city standards. And that concludes my comments for now.
All right, thank you. What about the transmission lines? I'm sorry. Stephen, are you still on?
Yeah, I'm still on. So I believe the intent and how we've looked at that on previous projects is that any lines that are running across an existing property, if they're just distribution and not the big transmission lines, that those have to be undergrounded. And then typically lines that are out in the right of way have not been considered for undergrounding.
So how would we write that condition then to make it clear though, so that everybody understands?
The condition is coming right out of the municipal code and it's associated with the standard conditions relative to a tentative map. Also, with respect to the timing, when you have a tentative map, the sequencing is there's a tentative map that the board has the authority to approve. Then the applicant executes on the improvements. They're building roads, they're putting in their infrastructure, so on and so forth. So as part of those improvements, and in fact, on the improvement plans, they call out that they will be undergrounding these utilities that are above ground. If they're above ground and they have to be underground, they'll be underground. Any new utilities will be underground. So it's quite intentional that that does happen prior to final map because the improvements are done prior to the approval of the final map. They're done or bonded for, but at a minimum, they need an approved site improvement permit that would reflect that condition. We've been using this condition during my tenure without any concerns or issues. I think it's okay. It's right from the code.
Well, I think the question was the distribution lines.
We have dealt with those. We dealt with them over at Carson Hills Apartments, for example, going up Clearview.
Okay.
You had big distribution lines that could not be buried. But as Stephen said, the smaller lines that can be buried on the perimeter are buried.
Okay. All right.
If I might just jump in, that all sounds acceptable. I am looking at the site plan. It looks like the transmission lines are in the right of way and just off site. So I think Hope's explanation and Stephen's offer for clarification is acceptable. Thank you.
So then I want to put you on the record then to say that you will accept all the recommended conditions of approval, including the amendments about the road. Numbers.
Yes, sir, I will.
Okay.
Yes, sir, I will.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion with the staff or the developer? How about it between ourselves?
Real quick, I'd just like to.
Say again?
Real quick, I just wanted to add.
Who is this?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, of course, when he was saying, with the question, nobody, of course, wants to have anyone build next door to him, but I wanted to clarify and get him on the record that when viable, of course, when he was saying a viable project, he was referring to profitable.
I'm sure. Okay.
Yep. I wouldn't contest that. Mr. Turner's on with us. He needs to make other comments, but leaving leaving a site vacant doesn't seem like a better option for the city. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and bring it back then. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, was there public that wanted to comment yet? I know we had some at the beginning, but was there public that had called in?
Nope.
No? Okay,
Nope.
thank you.
All right, well,
I'll raise my hand and
they,
comment.
all right.
You know, because I've spent a fair amount of time reading through these comments and probably visited this site 2 or 3 times, and I understand the concerns of the residents there, around there, because basically what we have here in the master plan is, you know, from Carson Street commercial to high density residential to medium density and then to low density. And this is more or less, if you draw that with a pen along that map, this is more or less the bottom lobe of medium density. There's a slice of it goes through there, so it is consistent with the plan, with the master plan. You know, I wish that, and wishing is great, right? But I wish that there could have been some consensus between the locals and the developer, you know, with regards to some of these things, but I'm not sure that anybody would ever have completely agreed. It's a prime parcel of land, and indeed, development nowadays in Carson City is not 1 acre lots with houses on them. It's SF 6,000. I think that's all we've pretty much approved since I've been on the planning commission because of the cost of building. I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling on here to try to come up with something to address the issues of the local folks there. But I really, you know, went through the staff report and the findings, and I'm consistent with everything that they have there. Everything is correct. I wish that you know, we would have gotten some direction from the city council on it, on what they were looking for. But all we really can do, I think right now, is make a decision on this and then let it go to the council and for them to make a decision. Is that correct?
Yep. Commissioner Eswine, did you?
I'd just like to say that I'm not convinced that this is the only design that you could come up with for this piece of property and still achieve the densities that are required. You know, I've worked in other areas and I've seen other types of projects that you know, that are not common here, but nobody has even suggested, like a cottage court project, or perhaps having duplexes on a smaller lot to allow for variations in the lot sizes in the development. And those are my comments.
Okay. How about a motion? Anybody? Somebody? All right. Pardon? Terry? Yeah.
Can't talk to me. Like this.
Commissioner Preston, did you?
I can't.
Oh, you can't? Okay.
No, I don't have that piece in here to actually make that proposal
All right.
in front of me, so.
All right. Then the motion is to recommend approval of the tentative subdivision map SBU 2020-0016, based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval, including the amendments to number 27 and 32. Okay, you just seconded that. All right, I made.
Yes, please.
All right, I made the motion and you seconded.
Mhm.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Commissioner Eswine, Commissioner Kilmore,
Aye.
aye.
I
All right,
approve.
motion carries. Discussion, item E7, LU 2020-0050. Discussion and possible action regarding a special use permit for outdoor storage with personal storage on an enclosed building on property zone general commercial and public regional located at the west end of Airport Road, south of Bud Eye Way, APN 010041-76.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hope Sullivan, Planning Manager. The 7.28 acre property is located on the west side of Airport Road, south of Bud Eye Way, and it has two zoning districts on it, general commercial and public regional. Per Municipal Code 1804020, when a parcel is divided by a zoning district boundary, the use is only a use that's only allowed in one of the two zoning districts may only be established upon the entire parcel upon issuance of a special use permit. This applicant is requesting both personal storage and outside storage. The outside storage is a conditional use in the public regional zoning district, but not allowed in the general commercial. The personal storage is allowed in the general commercial as well as in the public regional. The applicant is proposing 54,400 square feet, or approximately 300 units of enclosed personal storage, covered storage for approximately 180 RVs and a 1,000 square foot sales office on a site that will include a small retail component with items related to RVs and boats. No mechanical services will be on site, and the customers will be prohibited from repairing or maintaining vehicles on site. The Planning Commission reviewed applications on this site twice in 2019. At its June 26, 2019 meeting, the Planning Commission approved a special use permit for covered RV and boat storage, i.e. outside storage, for approximately 275 vehicles. At its November 19, 2019 meeting, the Planning Commission approved a modification to the special use permit to allow 30,000 square feet of personal storage in an enclosed building. As the use has not commenced, the November 2019 approval has expired. The application before you is substantially the same as the November 2019 approval, with the differences being the building along Airport Road will be covered RV storage, the wash bay has been eliminated, and the RV dump station has been relocated. The enclosed personal storage buildings, and I have the site plan up on the screen, will be along the north, south, and west perimeters of the property. The rear of the personal storage buildings will consist of masonry walls with a height of 8.5 feet. The wall will be split-face masonry pier with an accent strip. A corrugated metal roof panel will be utilized in the front of the building, which would face the interior of the site, will utilize metal walls and metal overhead doors. Hours of operation are proposed to be 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., with the office open from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. The site will be gated and customers would have a gate code. The site will be fully enclosed with 6-foot fencing, recognizing that where the exterior wall of the personal storage building creates the barrier, additional fencing would not be required. Condition 20 in the packet references that the site improvement plans would show the wash area. Again, the wash area is no longer proposed. Those were the conditions from 2019. So we can certainly eliminate the reference in condition 20 to the wash area since there is not one. I have reviewed the 7 required findings, and I have been able to make those in the affirmative in the staff report. The applicant, Michael Vicks, who's the engineer on this project, is he's joining us virtually, actually. I'm happy to go more in depth on any items related to this application or answer questions or turn it over to Michael Vicks. Thank you.
Are there any questions for staff? Mr. Vick, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent.
The 22
Thank you.
conditions of, the 22 conditions of approval, have you reviewed them and are they acceptable to you?
Yes, we have reviewed them. Again, as Hope said, just condition 20, since the wash bay has been removed. We just wanted to clarify the conditions and eliminate that reference to the wash bay, but beyond that, they're substantially the same as previously, and we have reviewed and accept them.
Okay. Is there any kind of a watchman facility there or overnight security or, you know?
No, that is not proposed and has not been proposed from the onset of this project. With the security systems available, our owner didn't feel like that was a necessary item, and so there is just an office at the entrance there for sales and operational use during the day.
Okay, so there's no chance for somebody living in their RV as a quote security guy taking care of the place at night.
Yeah, that is not the intent, and I think that as previously stated, that no uses will. I apologize. There won't be any mechanics facilities. There's no on-site intent to have anybody living on there or in their RVs, and I believe that would be a condition of their leases as well.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you, sir, for being patient.
Oh, absolutely. Learned a lot in the last 3.5 hours.
Yeah, you learn which board not to get on. All right. Is there?
I actually looked at that project, so we'll see.
All right. Well, thank you. Any other comments from the staff or from the commission? Yes, ma'am.
This is a question, Commissioner Lloyd, and a question for Hope or Heather. There was not a traffic study done for this because it didn't meet the threshold, correct?
Stephen Pote, can you respond to that?
Yes, I can speak to that. So they provided a trip generation memo, and yeah, they did not meet the trigger for a traffic impact study. And we did look at the fact that this project is contributing trips to that roundabout that we discussed earlier today. But because the project generates such low amounts of traffic, and also because that traffic is distributed at different times of the day from when that roundabout is experiencing those issues, we didn't think it was necessary to have them do further analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion.
Commissioner
I move to
Perry?
approve SUP 2020-0050 based on findings and subject to conditions of approval contained in the staff report. Was there something to modify in number 20?
We can eliminate the reference to the wash basin in condition 20.
With the elimination of requirement, condition of approval number 20.
No,
We'll remove the reference to the wash area
Oh.
in condition 20.
Okay, so let's go back and I will redo this motion, okay? Mr. Chairman, I move to approve SUP 2020-0050 based on findings and subject to conditions of approval contained in the staff report with the removal of the reference to the wash area in condition 20.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Commissioner Lloyd seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Commissioner Preston? I got a thumbs up. Commissioner Kilmore? Thumbs up, thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
All right. Don't let another year go by.
We won't. Thank you.
Item E8, LU 2020-0051, for possible action, discussion, and possible action regarding the request for a special use permit for residential use in a non-residential zoning district and a special use to exceed the height limitations to construct 126 apartment units on 6.13 acres, parcel zone neighborhood business located on the south side of Little Lane, west of Janice Way, APN 004-015-06.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hope Sullivan, Planning Manager. The applicant is seeking to develop an apartment complex on a 6.12 acre property located on the south side of Little Lane. The subject property is zoned neighborhood business. Multifamily dwellings are a conditional use in the neighborhood business district and may only be established subject to a special use permit. The maximum allowed height in the neighborhood business zoning district is 26 feet, although additional height may be permitted subject to a special use permit. The applicant is seeking a height of 29 feet. The Planning Commission can authorize the residential use in a non-residential zoning district upon making each of the 7 required findings in the affirmative, plus the 2 supplemental findings necessary for the residential use. The proposed 126-unit apartment complex will consist of 10 12-unit buildings and 1 6-unit buildings. Site amenities are proposed to include a clubhouse with a swimming pool, pickleball courts, and other outdoor areas. The proposed development would have 39,220 square feet of open space, including patios and balconies. Access to the site will be from Little Lane and from Janice Way. The buildings are proposed to be 2 stories, and the building materials are proposed to be walls utilizing an exterior insulation finish system and hardy plank lap siding with hardy plank wood grain lap siding accent. The roofing will be an architectural grade asphalt shingle. Planning Commission also saw this in 2019. In November 2019, the Commission approved the special use permit for a residential use in non-residential zoning district on the subject property. In December 17, 2019, the Planning Commission approved the building height of 29 feet on the subject property. As the applicant hasn't obtained building permits, the approval has expired. This is the exact same application the Commission saw in 2019. Again, staff was able to make the findings in the affirmative and is recommending approval. The architect, Terry Novak, and the developer, Craig Clark, are participating virtually. And I'm happy to go more in depth or answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Are there questions for staff? How about for the applicant? You said they're here?
Yes. And it could be to either one. And my questions are really going to be around the issue that this is in floodplain and the drainage, and is there a cumulative analysis in this area? Because there's construction going on, across a little lane there, and this entire site is in floodplain, and you can actually see that when you walk it. By the way, there's a coyote living on it under that tree. Because the post office is elevated and the neighborhood to the back, to the south, is elevated. And I see, in the plan here that a conditional letter of map revision is going to be required on this from FEMA to require that the foundations are up, 2 feet. And also, given that and the fact that, the far end of it, the east end, has a big drainage ditch that catches all the drainage and then it goes into a culvert. And I don't know who can answer this, but do we have a really good, plan here and understanding for the drainage of this property, that it's not going to cause flooding in the adjacent neighborhoods?
This is Stephen Potega with Development Engineering. So yeah, whenever we have a project like this, they are required to model the floodplain and look at the adjacent properties, and we do take into account cumulative development. So we keep an eye on that, as well as FEMA also keeps track of these map changes and the cumulative impact.
So you're confident that with all the construction in there, that the drainage, which I'm assuming flows to the east down to the low point of the sump, out there, is adequate, and that's been modeled.
Correct. Yeah, they have modeled that.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Clark? Are you with us?
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Clark, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good. It's a miracle.
The 24 conditions of approval, I assume you've read them and you have no objections?
That is correct.
Do you have
We
anything?
have no objection.
Do you have anything else?
And
to
we
add?
have definitely, we've done numerous studies and have the necessary paperwork on the flooding issue. We also wanted to make sure we did not have any problems along those lines.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, hearing none. Come back to the commission. Are there any other items to discuss, or is there a motion in our future? All right, Commissioner Esselman.
I move to recommend approval of an amendment to LU 2020-0051 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thumbs up, Preston. Nathan? Yes or no? Okay. Motion carries.
Sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Thank
Don't wait another
Thank you,
year.
gentlemen. No, I won't miss a deadline next time, that's for sure.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay. Item E10, E9. Discussion and possible action regarding the revocation or reexamination of a special use permit, SPU 10-115 for the asphalt plant located at 8013 Highway 50 East, APN 008-611-31, 33, 37, and 41. And Mr. Plummel, are you there?
Yes, I'll go over this, give you a brief update on this. Can you hear me okay? And you could let me know if it's too loud, too soft?
No, it's just fine.
Okay, yeah, it's been an interesting experience participating from the WebEx. So now I know what Terry's been going through every time a little bit, yeah, with the different volumes. But so, as mentioned early on this agenda, you have some late material, and the request is to continue this item to the next meeting of February 24th. And the primary reason from a legal standpoint is that we sent the notice to them by registered mail, but we didn't get confirmation back. So we're not just based on that, and the applicant was informed of it late. So just for due process purposes, we want to, and in fairness to them and to make sure we meet all the requirements, we want to continue it to next month. So I just wanted to go over that so anybody watching knows that will be, and with your action today, continuing it to that meeting, we'll make sure that we've been in communication with the applicants since then. We'll make sure they get the notice for that meeting properly.
Okay, and the
Any
date,
questions on
and the date is what?
February 24th.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Is there a motion?
I'll move, Commissioner Lloyd. I move to continue item E9 to the Planning Commission meeting of February 24th, 2021.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right, I got 2 thumbs up. So the motion carries. Hey, we're there, guys. Item E10. Discussion and possible action to collect a planning commission chair and vice chair for the term beginning February 2020. Anybody want this job? Commissioner Eswine, you?
I would like to make nominate Commissioner Borders for the chair of the Planning Commission for the next year.
All right.
And I would like to add to that Commissioner Wiggins is the vice chair.
He's next in line.
All right, there's,
I can do it.
all right. There's a motion on the floor to nominate Mr. Borders as chair and Mr. Wiggins as vice chair. Any further discussion? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay,
Commissioner
is any
Lloyd.
further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right, thank you. And Terry, did you get your thumbs up? Okay. Thank you very much. All right.
Mr.
Item
Chair,
F.
can I get who? I remember Commissioner Eswine made the motion, but who seconded? Oh, thank you.
Mr. Plummer, you got it. Staff report.
Okay, just for staff reports, just a couple items really quick. We had tentatively talked about possibly having the next Title 18 workshop next week, but our next topic, as I mentioned before, is signs in the sign chapter. And that's going to involve more than just some little tweaks and amendments. It's going to be a complete rewrite of the sign code in conformance with kind of more recent case law and things. And the DA's office has a first rough draft of some ideas on how to do that and just needs a little bit more time. So we'll have the next Title 18 workshop in March, the week after the next Planning Commission meeting. I'll send out appointments to that, but it'll be a good meaty discussion on signs and the sign code. Just to cover some things some applications that were before the Planning Commission previously, the zoning map amendment for Mallory Way, that's the industrial area, and the change from I think it was retail, general commercial back to limited industrial, that was heard on first reading and approved by the board on first reading in January. They considered and accepted the master plan annual report in January as well. And it includes, and if you remember, you made some recommendations on some areas to look at the master plan and zoning. And they actually added the Mallory Way property to that. So during the next year, we'll have some of those zoning and master plan area corrections to evaluate. And then finally, just to note, not a project that recently came before you, but the final map for Little Lane Village which is the single-family detached homes, 44 single-family detached homes on Little Lane. They got approval of their final map from the Board of Supervisors. And, as I've noted with the construction going on, if you've been down Little Lane, you can see all the sagebrush is gone. Arbor Villas is still going under construction, and we'll have this single-family homes. And then you saw your project you just approved again. is the apartments across the street all seem to be going forward. And then for next month, for the planning commission, we'll have a nice lighter agenda, a little bit of time to catch up. We'll have the continued Tahoe Western Asphalt show cause hearing, and then I think we just have an abandonment application that's been submitted by Public Works for abandonment of some right-of-way. Yeah, that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Is there any benefit to, since we have such a short meeting in February, to do some of this sign ordinance, or at least set the ground rules for it? You're muted.
You're muted.
Lay, press your space bar. You're muted.
Oh,
There we go. You're back.
no, I think, okay. Hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, that's something we could definitely consider timing wise. If that's, yeah, then I'll save you another trip, and maybe we do that before and then have the TWA after that. Sure, we can look at that.
Okay.
I'll be in contact with you. I'll reach out to everybody on schedules then in the next week or so.
Okay. Commissioners' reports or comments? Any? All right, the public is invited at this time to comment on and discuss any topic that is relevant to or within the authority of the Planning Commission, including any matter that is not specifically included on the agenda as an action item. We have any other?
There is no final public comment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All. Thank you all.